Welcome to Michigan Baseball. My name is Zach Corson, along with Jared Greenspan. We are here for the rubber match of the Michigan versus Ohio State Buckeyes. Michigan took the last game yesterday, 7-0, following the Ohio State victory on Friday, 7-4. Tonight, the starting pitcher for Michigan is Jacob Denner, facing off against Ohio State starting pitcher Jack Neely. Jared, what are you looking for from this Michigan team today?
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, Zach, this is a pivotal game for Michigan today in the rubber match, looking to take the weekend series against the rival Buckeyes. They'll go to Denner today. He's got to be sharp on the season, a 3.98 ERA in 20-plus innings. Pretty solid performance. He'll need to tame a solid Buckeye lineup if Michigan wants to get this one today.
And as you say, a solid Buckeye lineup. The top half of that lineup featuring Sam Wilson, Mitchell Oakley, Zach DeZenzo, and Cade Kern is a big forehead monster. But following them, there's a pretty steep drop-off in that second half of the lineup that we mentioned yesterday. And in that game yesterday, that second half of the Ohio State lineup was just getting mowed down by that Michigan staff. Michigan, again, holding Ohio State scoreless, whereas Michigan was able to take advantage of Ohio State's miscues on the mound and on the bases, as Michigan had multiple stolen bases and were able to take advantage of when they got on base, as the Ohio State starting pitcher had 5 walks yesterday in 4 2/3 innings, along with 10 strikeouts. But whenever Michigan got on base, it seemed as though they were ready to take 2 and get in scoring position. And coming into this series, it was a theme against the Buckeyes that the teams facing them would take that stolen base opportunity, as teams were 40 of 41 with stolen bases against the Buckeyes.
Yeah, if Michigan wants to win this one, they got to continue the offense, and those 3 guys, Tito Flores, Christian Molfetta, and Riley Bertram, have all had a strong series at the plate.
And now we are underway, or about to get underway, I should say, with Sam Wilson stepping to the plate against Jacob Denner. Denner looking for his sign, starting the windup with the pitch. And we're starting the day with a strike looking against Sam Wilson. Sam Wilson for Ohio State, the leadoff batter. Batting .244 on the year. He's a regular starter. 20 hits on the year, 2 of those home runs. Denner pitches again, and this time it is called a ball on the inside part of the batter's box. Denner trying to get ahead early, just as that Michigan staff did yesterday. Pitches, and that's a called ball. 2-1 count. Denner gets his sign, fires to the plate. Another ball on the outside part of the plate. 3-1 to count. Not often yesterday did Ohio State batters get that 3-ball count, as Michigan staff was pretty much ahead in the count every single at-bat.
Dangerous spot here for Denner.
Denner fires, and that's a pop-up. I believe it's going to go out of play to the right side into the parking lot. And it does just that. And now the count is full to Jack Neely, to Sam Wilson.
Denner didn't want to give in to Wilson, so he threw it right down the pipe, a pitch to hit. Good cut, just didn't get the barrel around.
Denner gets his sign, starts the windup, fires towards the plate, and swung on and fouled back again to the right side. Wilson's on it, but just a little bit late.
Denner's going right after him with the heat, with the fastball. And same as before, Wilson can't get the barrel around. We'll do it a 3rd time.
Again, the count remains full. 3-2 the count, no outs, as Wilson is the first batter of the game. Denner fires towards the plate again. What is it? A foul ball to the right side into the parking lot.
Wilson's shaking his head because he knows what's coming, and he just isn't quick enough with the bat. See if he could see who wins the battle here if we're going to go 1 pitch more.
One of these guys is going to make an adjustment. It's just reverse psychology, perhaps, on Jacob Denner's part. Is he going to throw the same pitch, or is Wilson going to adjust and think he's going to throw something different? And he throws something different, and it's fouled off, this time not in the parking lot, but still on the right side.
Well, this is getting hilarious at this point. That's 4 straight full count foul balls to the right side, making Denner work early.
And that pitch count was not an issue for Michigan yesterday as the starting pitcher went 6 2/3 innings with just over 100 pitches as Wilson wins this battle. Looking at ball 4 on low and outside, it is going to be Wilson going to first base now and Mitchell Oakley, the number 2 batter for Ohio State, coming to the plate.
Well, that's a backbreaker for Denner. I battled back after 3-1, kept going after Wilson, couldn't put him away, and then Wilson wouldn't chase. Credit Wilson, and he works a 10-pitch walk.
Oakley, one of only 2 lefties in this batting order for Ohio State, facing off against Jacob Denner, who is a lefty. Michigan shifting, and that is going to be Oakley looking at a called strike on the inside part of the plate. Nice off-speed pitch to start him off.
Got to make sure to keep Wilson in check here at first.
Ohio State didn't have any stolen bases yesterday. Could start off the day right here with one as Oakley drives it to left field, but that's going to, that may fall in, and it is going to fall in between the shortstop and the left fielder. That is a base hit from Mitchell Oakley, and it is runners on first and second with nobody out, and the heart of this Ohio State batting lineup yet to come up.
Well, that ball wasn't struck particularly well at all, but Tito Flores seemed to have gotten a bad read on it and left. He froze off the bat, and by the time he realized it was far shallower than he initially anticipated, it found grass. And so Ohio State's in business here.
I think Tito Flores and I both had the same read off the bat there. Zach DeZenzo, the player with the most pop on this Ohio State batting order, is now at the plate with runners on first and second with nobody out. DeZenzo hitting over 300, one of 2 batters on Ohio State hitting over 300. And Denner goes in, and it is fouled off to the right side pretty deep into that opposing bullpen of Ohio State.
A lot of souvenirs over there. Maybe we should check the parking lot afterwards.
Oh, man. Yesterday, multiple cars were hit in the parking lot on foul balls. I do not understand why anyone parks in that area. DeZenzo about to get the second pitch of the count. And, that's a call. That's a swinging strike, excuse me. Count is now 0-2. No outs.
Good off speed. DeZenzo was way out in front.
DeZenzo looking for that fastball that Wilson kept on getting. But he was fooled there as Denner playing mind games. No balls, 2 strikes the count, no outs, runners on first and second. Denner about to come down to DeZenzo. Throws it, but it is a ball that was up in the zone, and he did not get the call, and the Michigan bench does not like it.
Good eye there. If you're Denner, obviously ahead in the count, looking for a strikeout, also a ground ball. Chance to turn 2 and 1 step closer to get out of this inning.
Yesterday, Ohio State was 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position, and 2 of those outs were double plays. So if Denner can recreate some of that magic from yesterday, that would greatly help this Michigan team early on here. Denner fires towards the plate, and that's strike 3. A swing and a miss for Zach DeZenzo. Big out for Jacob Denner.
Goes upstairs, elevating the fastball, just blows it right by him, and that is a monstrous out. 2 more to go for Denner if he wants to get out of this jam unscathed. Second and first here in the first for Ohio State.
As we said, that's a big out. So now you have 1 out with runners on first and second facing Ohio State's best batter. It is Cade Kern. He's hitting .351 on the year, and he's just a freshman, folks. Number 4 batter in this Ohio State lineup. Denner trying to get the runner back at second, keep him honest.
So they've got the shift on against Kern. Bertram right behind the second base bag. And then at first base, Obertop is way off the line, almost at the second base position.
Denner fires towards the plate, and that's fouled off to the right side.
Here we go again. These poor fans sitting on the third base side are getting no action.
Yesterday, something that Adam and I talked about a lot was the shifting on both sides. Both of these teams shift heavily towards the pull side of the batters. Denner fires towards the plate, and that is a ball up in the zone. That is above the zone, I should say. A 1-1 count. Again, 1 out. Score is 0-0. Runners on first and second for Ohio State in the top of the first inning. Denner gets his sign towards the plate, and that's fouled off. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out.
So with the shift Michigan has, Wilson can hardly get a lead at second base, which could affect his ability to make it all the way around on a base hit. Meanwhile, I mean, at first base, Oakley can get way off the bag because Obertop is playing basically in the hole. So that could affect how far the runners will get on a potential hit.
Also affects the chances of a double play for Michigan. And that's up in the zone, but Cade Kern holds his swing, and he did not go, and the count will now be 2-2.
Nice layoff by Kern there. Denner tried to do the same thing he did to DeZenzo with the high cheese.
Kern learned from the last batter and held off, as you said. Jacob Denner gets his sign, looking back at the runners, fires towards the plate, and that's a foul ball to the right side down the first base line.
In on his hands, jammed him a little bit. Again to the right side. They're late on all these fastballs.
They're late, but they're making him work.
Yeah.
All these foul balls, he's up to 15 pitches with just 1 out in this first inning. Denner starts his windup, goes towards the plate. Oh, and that's a foul tip, and the catcher caught the ball. That is Mazer holding on to it, and that is number 2 on the inning for Jacob Denner. Strikeout number 2.
He just reared back and threw it as hard as he could up, and they could not catch up again. So back-to-back, huge strikeouts for Denner with his back against the wall. And now he has a legitimate shot to get out of this inning unscathed.
Massive strikeouts. 2 best hitters in that Ohio State lineup with runners on base and a runner in scoring position, and they cannot pull through. And now it is Connor Pohl up for Ohio State, the second lefty-lefty matchup for Ohio State today. Denner fires towards the plate. It's an off-speed pitch, but low. That's going to be called ball 1. Count 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. The score 0-0 in the top of the first inning. Denner gets his sign, comes set, fires towards the plate, and that's off the plate. Ball 2.
Michigan with the shift on against Pohl. The lone infielder on the left side is Molfetta. Sems is right behind the second base bag, and then in shallow right field is Bertram. Obertop guarding the line.
Denner gets his sign, looks the runner back at second, fires towards the plate, and that's going to be ball number 3. Way behind in the count is Denner. 3 balls, no strikes. Again, runners on first and second.
Not what you wanted here to start this at-bat for Denner. You have all the momentum coming off those 2 strikeouts, and then you fall behind 3-0, and you're looking to dig yourself into a deeper hole here with Bauer looming on deck.
Denner attacks Pohl, and that's going to be a strike. Pohl did not have the green light there, it seems, as that was a pitch right down the middle, and bat remained on his shoulder. Count is now 3 balls and 1 strike. Denner starts his windup, goes towards the plate, and that's going to be a called strike right down the middle once again.
It's coming back.
Connor Pohl not taking the bat off his shoulder, trying to potentially work a walk. Unsuccessful these past 2 pitches. The count is now full, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. I would presume the runners are going to be on the move on the pitch. fires towards the plate, and that's going to be a foul ball off to the left side this time.
I think that struck a car.
It is very likely that it did, and once again, I do not understand why people park there.
This is your free PSA. If you go to a baseball game, park very far away. It's worth the walk.
Again, the count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. This is going to be the 22nd pitch coming for Jacob Denner this inning. And he is headed towards the plate. And that's going to be a foul ball right towards us here in the booth, but over our heads. And the count will remain 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, I thought we were getting a souvenir there for a little bit. But, I mean, Pohl's at bat here is similar to what we saw with Wilson to start the game when he led off with a 10-pitch walk and kept fouling off 3-2 pitches. What can Denner do to put these batters away? We've seen him go to the high fastball. What is he going to do here?
Denner goes towards the plate, and that's a low pitch, but fouled off to that left side.
Yeah, that might have been ball 4. He was reaching for that one, looked to be low and away. But we'll do it again. The 4th consecutive 3-2 pitch is upcoming.
And these runners are on the move, so a single will score Wilson from second. Denner gets his sign, comes set, looks back the runner at second, goes towards the plate, and that's a foul ball right back into the screen. Connor Pohl's on it, just a millisecond off.
Well, so Pohl has now matched Wilson. This will be the 10th pitch of his at-bat, and so the pitch count keeps on climbing for Denner. He's at 21 to begin this at-bat, so it's now up to 30.
30 pitches and has yet to allow a run. Not often you see that in an inning from a pitcher.
And no one's gotten even to third.
Right. And that's going to be a fly ball. Oh, pop-up right next to the plate, actually, behind the plate in foul ground, and that's going to be an out. The 3rd out of the inning. Jacob Denner throws north of 30 pitches and yet does not allow a runner on third base or a runner to score. As Ohio State strands 2, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, as we are headed to the bottom half of the 1st inning with Michigan coming to the plate.
Well, we had a great job, first of all, by Denner to get out of that. But as a footnote here, we had a monstrous collision up at first base. So as Pohl hit that mile-high pop-up and he was running to first, Obertop was obviously looking in the air, looking at the ball to see if he could, if it was going to be his play. So he was making his way up the first base line as Pohl was going the other way, and they just collided right into each other. And Pohl knocked Obertop onto his backside, and Obertop was flailing. It was like straight out of WWE. But what a job by Denner to get out of that.
What a job indeed. And the woes for Ohio State with runners in scoring position from yesterday continue. 0 for 3 that inning. They started the inning with runners on first and second with nobody out, with their number 3 batter at the plate. A strikeout, and pop out. Did it for Denner, and he got out of it.
So, I mean, after those first 2 batters, it looked like Ohio State was primed to score. They had the momentum. That has flipped. I mean, if you're Ohio State going into the field here, you're a little deflated because not only did you not score, you also had really good at-bats, and you made Denner work. And yet here you are a half inning later, and you have nothing to show for it.
And Michigan coming to the plate is Rogers, Molfetta, and Mazer. 1, 2, and 3 in this Michigan batting order, facing off against Jack Neely. Jack Neely, as you said pregame, is 6'8".
This was our first observation of Jack Neely, and he looks the part on the mound.
Neely's a good strikeout pitcher. 31 strikeouts in just north of 22 innings pitched. Yesterday, Michigan faced off against a very good strikeout pitcher in Lonsley. But today, it is the right-hander Jack Neely taking the mound for Ohio State. See if Michigan is up to the task. The first pitch is in there for a strike. Jack Neely throws a fastball to Rogers, and it is a called strike on the right-hand side of the plate. No balls, 1 strike, no outs. Rogers looked at a ball in the lower part of the right batter's box, actually, and that is 1-1 the count now. Rogers pops up this offering. It's going to be exactly where the half inning ended. Yes, last half inning. Oh, but it's dropped. Oh, but he says the bat caused the out as Rogers dropped the bat where that foul ball ended up. And even though the ball was dropped by Totis, they call Rogers out.
So Eric Bakich is out to dispute this here, but what happened was Rogers, as one does, just kind of threw his bat to the side to run out the pop-up, and Totis was drifting, and the ball was drifting further near the opposing, closer to the opposing dugouts, and Totis, obviously not looking down, is trying to track the ball, stumbled over the bat a little bit, seemed to throw his rhythm off. He got a glove on the ball, he just couldn't squeeze it, and maybe that's what Bakich is saying is this was still a play that Totis probably should have made, and it wasn't really Rogers' fault. He didn't purposely place the bat. He just threw the bat like a batter does. But it doesn't look like Eric Bakich is going to be successful here in arguing this.
No, Jordan Rogers headed back to the dugout, accepting the call. But Bakich still out there, talking to multiple umpires now, trying to get a second opinion perhaps.
So back-to-back to close that inning and begin this frame, wild sequences on pop-ups.
In potentially the same exact spot.
And so Bakich has finally relented. He accepts that he lost the battle.
And
It's
Christian
a tough
Molfetta.
one.
Yes, it is. And Christian Molfetta head to the plate now. He had a scorching line drive over the right field wall yesterday. See if he can replicate that here today. So he gets the first pitch, looks at a called strike. And Jack Neely starting the first 2 batters off with a strike. Something similar to what Lonsley did yesterday for Ohio State.
Molfetta has been a revelation for Michigan this year. 5th-year transfer from Stanford, batting .329, starting every game at third.
Molfetta looks at strike number 2 on the inside part of the plate. No balls, 2 strikes. Again, Rogers was the only out thus far, so 1 out. Neely gets his sign, fires towards the plate. Oh, and that's ripped in the hole. The 3-4 hole between first and second base as Molfetta reaches first base on a pretty well-hit line drive.
Nice 0-2 piece of hitting by Molfetta, just taking it the other way. Knows he's behind in the count, doesn't need to do a lot of damage. Hitting it where it was pitched and just flips it the opposite field, and Michigan has a base runner.
And that spot where he hit it was wide open because of the shift employed by Ohio State with the second baseman Bauer playing pretty much behind second base, leaving the entire right side of the infield open. Something that I was calling for yesterday was that situational hitting, just hit it to the right side and it's a single. And Mazur up at the plate now looks at strike 1 off speed pitch from Neely. The theme that we saw yesterday, as I mentioned earlier, was the stolen bases often for Michigan. And it looked like Molfetta was teasing stealing on that first pitch, but he held up. And he goes back to first base as Neely wants to keep him honest. I guess he heard me talking. And he gets back to first base safely. Again, the count, no balls, 1 strike, 1 out with a runner on first base. And Griffin Mazur at the plate. Neely gets his sign, goes towards the plate, and he's running. Oh, he did not get a good jump, and he is out. Oh, man.
Perfect throw by Totis from behind the plate. And as you said, not a great jump by Molfetta, but Michigan, I mean, their aggression on the base paths is what sparked them to a win yesterday. So they were going to try to keep that up. Just a perfect throw, though, from behind the plate from Totis.
It is most definitely the game plan against these Ohio State Buckeyes. As I mentioned earlier, the success that opposing teams have had on the base paths. Oh, and that's a rocket into left field, but that's high, not deep. And three players are converging on it in foul territory, but that goes out of play off the glove of Seymour, and he dropped it near the bullpen of Michigan, and it's going to be another pitch for Griffin Mazer coming.
Well, that ball was in the air for forever and an incredibly difficult play. Seymour had a long ways to go when he got there. Seemed to have the ball in his glove, but crashed right into the sidewall over there near the bullpen, and that kind of jarred the ball loose. So you applaud the effort. Nothing really you could do about that one. That was a very difficult play to make.
Mazer stepping into the batter's box, behind 0-2 on the count with 2 outs. Neely gets his sign, no one to worry about on the base paths now as he fires the ball into the dirt. He has the ability to strike players out, and right now he is way ahead in the count, and so he also has the ability to try to get the batter to fish. But Griffin Mazer held off, and now the count is 1-2 strikes. Neely fires towards the plate, and Mazer fished at that one. He got him, pulled the string. No, the inning ends with no one left on base, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, as we head to the top of the second inning. Again, the score is tied 0-0.
Yeah, ugly swing by Mazer there, flailing at the breaking ball well out in front of the plate. And so a once promising inning for Michigan fizzles out, and let's see what Denner can do going back to work here in the second. The clouds are rolling in here.
They are. I think I saw this morning that we were supposed to get rain at around 4 o'clock, which is why they moved the game up to 12 noon. Usually around 3 hours is what we would expect from a game, although it does say there's a 70% chance of rain at 1 o'clock, and then no rain from 2 to 3, and then it resumes 40% chance at 4 o'clock. So we may get some drizzles in the next hour, folks.
Looks like we are not meteorologists, but we'll try our hand. Looks like we have some light rain on the forecast beginning in about 15 minutes and lasting a decent while, on and off for maybe like 45 minutes or so. But then it's nothing again. There's a window, and then it starts up later. So we'll see what happens with this one. But
and it does look like all the fans are getting prepared, as most of them are under the part of the seats in the stands where there is a covering so that they do not get wet within the next hour with that chance of rain coming.
we are covered. If you're worried about us, you're probably not, but we are covered from the rain. So we'll begin the top of the second here. Jacob Denner in his second inning of work. Bauer leads off for Ohio State. Buckeyes had a promising inning in the second, got the first 2 men on against Denner, only to go down quickly after that. First pitch, a breaking ball, sits upstairs 1-0.
It's going to be important for Denner to get ahead of these batters and not get in the same situation as he was last inning, because last inning he was fortunate the bottom half of the order was coming up with those runners on base. But now, if these runners get on, it's going to be the top half of the order, which is the dangerous part of that Ohio State lineup.
The 1-0 rides inside. Denner deals the 2-0, ripping a foul down into the right field area again. That'll go out of play. Not sure if it made it to the parking lot, but it's 2-1 now the count. To Bauer. Bauer batting sixth, 224 hitter on the year. The bottom of the Ohio State offense is not particularly strong, as that one rides outside, and the count is 3-1. Totis on deck, Seymour in the hole. Falling behind, 3-1. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball over for a strike. He goes off speed and to run the count full. Denner looking to put away Bauer. Lefty deals to the right-handed batter. And he takes it low, ball 4. So for the second consecutive inning, Ohio State opens up with a leadoff walk, and that'll bring up Brent Totis. So not what Denner would have drawn up to start that inning, losing a 224 hitter, giving him a free pass. So Totis, the catcher, right-handed hitter, he's seen his fair share of action already behind the plate, thrown out a runner and tripped over a bat. It's the first pitch, breaking ball rides high, and it's 1-0.
Again, Michigan employing that shift with second baseman Bertram playing just to the right of second base, leaving the entire right side of the infield wide open for Bauer to just poke it there and potentially even move Bauer on first base all the way over to third base.
Looks like we're going to have a impromptu meeting at the mound here. Mazer is out, so is the pitching coach. Sems trots in from short as well. So Denner has fallen behind on the second batter here in the inning, 1-0. Bauer's already aboard at first after a leadoff walk. We saw, obviously, in the first inning, Denner have some trouble. Ran a lot of counts deep, threw a lot of pitches. He's already up to 38 pitches on the afternoon. And if he has any intentions of going deep into this ball game, Michigan's going to need him to sort some things out. So Mazer trots back behind the dish. Everyone retreats to their position, so we're ready to go. 1-0 the count to Totis at the dish. On at first after a leadoff walk is Bauer. Denner looks on at the belt and deals. Lifted to right field, a foul ball again. It skies toward the parking lot, and it's 1-1.
Foul ball is an early theme here. As you said, that pitch count riding up. Denner has only thrown around 80s, and then low 92 is the high. Low 90s of 92 is the high for his pitch total in a game this season.
Definitely
so he's already
something to watch.
almost half there.
The 1-1 skips in low. Good job by Mazer to stop it. 2-1. But yeah, as you mentioned about the pitch count, doesn't look like we'll see how long the leash is going to be on Denner today with the pitch count climbing already up to, this will be the 41st pitch upcoming. 2-1 on the way to Totis. Grounded up the middle on the backhand. Bertram makes the play. Can't go to second. On to first. He got him. Nice job on the backhand by Bertram. The runner at second, Bauer, makes it safely. He was already there. Bertram tried to go to the bag. And then a nice recovery, making the throw across his body as Bauer slid in there to at least get one out here.
Very fortunate for Ohio State that Bauer was on the move on the pitch, as that would have been an easy double play for Bertram had Bauer not been stealing on that pitch. But as he was stealing, Ohio State now has a runner in scoring position where they are over 3 on the day.
And a nice heads-up recovery by Bertram. Scotty Seymour now rips it into left field. That's down for a base hit. Flores over to field it. Bauer around third. He's going to come in to score. The throw home is cut off. And the Buckeyes jump in front first. First pitch swinging, Scotty Seymour with the RBI base knock. And so Denner's been going deep into counts. Well, that's one way to assure that you won't go deep into counts. Give up a first pitch hit like that. And Ohio State strikes first, 1-0.
And that just shows the importance of Bauer stealing and getting in scoring position and not allowing that double play to occur.
And so Nick Irwin, batting ninth, is at the dish. Seymour aboard at first. The 167 hitter gets the job done for Ohio State, and that was a smash. So Denner looking to regroup. He deals. Irwin flashes bunt, then pulls back and takes a strike. Wilson on deck as Ohio State looks to turn it over back to the top of the lineup. 1 out, 1 on here in the top of the second. Ohio State up 1-0. And a throw over to check on Seymour at first. He's in.
Ohio State may be trying to manufacture a run get some insurance upon that already one run in this inning, as they have the top half of the order, which is much more dangerous than Irwin in the bottom half right now. So if they get a runner in scoring position, they can make it happen.
That's lifted foul down the right field side, and Denner quickly ahead on Irwin, 0-2. It's got to hurt a little more for Denner to have these runs come against him by the bottom half of the lineup. As we mentioned in the open, Ohio State 3-4 into Zenzo and Kern. Those are their two big hitters. And the bottom, there's some room to really navigate through if you can. And this might prove costly here. Here comes the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with the high fastball. Snap throw to first. He's safe. Mazer trying to throw behind the runner. Seymour nearly got him. Nonetheless, Denner able to fan Irwin for the second out. So he went to that high fastball again. That's been his go-to. Has 3 strikeouts on that already.
And after that strikeout, great heads-up play by Mazer, trying to get Seymour out at first base, who had his secondary lead and was off the base by a good few steps.
Here's the first pitch to Wilson. He takes it down the middle. 0-1.
Important to get ahead of these batters now, is in that first inning, seemed like a while ago, but it was just an inning ago, he got behind on the first few batters and they got on base, but limited the damage by getting the next 3 out.
Here's the 0-1. Looks to be a bit low. 1-1. Seymour leads off of first. His RBI single has Ohio State up 1-0. Wilson at the dish. He walked his first time up, a 10-pitch at bat. Here comes the 1-1, ripped into left field. That's going to hook foul into the Michigan bullpen. Got out in front of that one, and it's 1-2.
Well, it looks like he's seeing him well, as he was right on that one. Just a millisecond ahead and went into the bullpen on that left side of the field.
Wilson probably made an adjustment. He was behind on all the pitches in his first at-bat. Now ahead on that one. See if he could find the sweet spot behind in the count 1-2. 2 outs here. Denner looking to close the frame and limit the damage to 1 run. Into the windup, deals the 1-2, and it sends Wilson skipping out of the way, low and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Maybe setting up the next pitch with that low and inside pitch that got Wilson, as you said, skipping out of the way and into the opposing batter's box, trying to get out of the way of that pitch. Low off-speed pitch coming on the outside part of the plate would be ideal.
Denner at the belt, looks on and deals. The 2-2 hammered to center field. Rogers going back. He eases under it and makes the catch in the gap for a hard-struck third out of the inning. So Jacob Denner allows the 1 run, but that's all Ohio State's going to get. Heading into the bottom of the second, the Buckeyes up 1-0.
He was on that one. He straightened that one out, but just unfortunately for him and fortunate for Michigan, straight to Jordan Rogers.
Yeah, that was a well-hit ball. Nice job by Rogers. He was playing pretty deep to start out with and really didn't have to do too much. Just head over a few steps to his right into the left center field gap. So now it's up to the Michigan offense. Let's see if they could strike back here, trailing for the first time today, 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second. So the Wolverines will have Overtop, Sems, and Burden up here after their share of the first inning. They went down quietly. Christian Molfetta got a single, but then was thrown out trying to steal.
Sems was one of the few Michigan players with multiple hits yesterday, and he would get on base, and then Bertram would drive him in, it seemed like, pretty much every time.
Sems is 4 of 7 in the series. He will face Jack Neely, who got that scoreless frame with a strikeout. 6'8" Jack Neely, 3.47 earned run average on the season. Struck out 32 batters in 23 1/3 innings pitched. Has been a little erratic, 13 walks, also giving up 3 home runs. So let's see what Michigan can do here. They have their slugger. It's Jimmy Obertop. Stepping to the dish, 256 hitter, has 8 home runs. That leads the team, along with 20 RBIs. Well, good news is the clouds seem to be rolling through harmlessly so far. No rain yet. First pitch to Obertop, at the knees, 0-1.
Seems like a theme for Jack Neely is just throwing that first pitch fastball in for a strike and getting ahead of the batters.
And it's been effective so far. Here's the 0-1, slammed foul down the right field side, out of play. So Obertop behind 0-2. Oh, 2 to Obertop, lays off on the low pitch in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Outfield pretty deep against Obertop. They are aware of his power. Struggled in the series. 1 of 9 with 5 strikeouts. Struck out 3 times yesterday, and behind in the count today, calls for time. 1-2.
Interesting, the center fielder is shading over to the right side, leaving a massive gap on the left center area between the center field and the left fielder, whereas the infield playing moderately straight up, although the second baseman is shaded over to the second base side.
Obertop lays off the high fastball, and it's 2-2. Yeah, that left center field gap, which we are staring right at, is enormous. See if Obertop could park one, maybe. 2-2 here, working against Neely to lead off the bottom of the second. Here comes the pitch, and it's a high pop up into right field. Shading over towards the line is Oakley giving chase. It's drifting, and he runs right into the sidewall. It lands in the bullpen.
Looked like he didn't even see that wall coming as he was staring straight up at the ball.
That is the 3rd collision we've had today. 2nd for a player with a sidewall, and the other was player to player. But so Obertop walks slowly back to the plate. He was all the way out near second base. Can't really tell how much wind there is or which way it was drifting, but it sure seemed like that ball carried a bit into foul territory.
It's interesting how deep the right fielder is playing compared to the other 2 outfielders, namely, especially the left field outfielder, who is a few paces in from the warning track.
2-2, up and in. Did Obertop hold his swing? He did, and he works at full 3-2. Nice job to lay off that pitch. Got all twisted around there. But so Obertop, after falling behind 0-2, has worked the count full as Michigan looks for a leadoff base runner here in the bottom of the second. Here comes the 3-2. Ripped to third. That's into left field for a base hit. Seymour fields it. He'll throw it in.
Oh, it looks like Obertop is limping on his way to first.
And we've got called for time here. Obertop, hands on his knees, bending over at the bag a little bit. No one is really coming out to look at him. So it seems like he's okay. He's now walking behind the bag, a drop. He scorched that one past Irwin into left field. And now still pacing down that line, trying to walk whatever this is off. Now turns back around toward the bag. Eric Bakich is at the top of the dugout, but there doesn't really seem to be much concern here for Obertop, except on Obertop's part, who is now stretching and bending over again. Did you see what happened?
I did not. I just saw him hobbling down the first base line. I felt something needed to be checked out, but apparently he does not think so. He just needed to assess himself, and he says he's good to go.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly appeared to be in a bit of discomfort. But he nonetheless will stay in the game. He's still standing at the bag a little gingerly. But he's on at first. Michigan has a leadoff base runner in the bottom of the second as they look to mount a comeback down 1-0. Benjamin Sems, batting left-handed, steps into the box. First pitch swinging, hit to center field. This will be an easy play for Kern. He shades in a few strides and makes the catch for the first out.
I'll tell you one thing. My prediction is that Obertop, even though Michigan's strategy is to take advantage on the base paths, I'm going to guess that Obertop will not be attempting a stolen base.
I am going to back your prediction here. Interesting to see if anything happens in between frames upcoming with Obertop. Ted Burden steps in, batting at 300, the right-handed hitter. Obertop, a short lead off of first, and that pitch is low, backhanded by Totis behind the plate. Neely delivers, and up and in. A fastball that ran towards Burden, has to duck out of the way a bit, and it's 2-0. Walks have been a problem for Neely so far on the season. He's walked 13 and 23 and a third. None today, though, thus far. Here comes the pitch, and it's fouled straight back to the screen, 2-1. Got a good one to hit there. Couldn't get the bat around it.
Yeah, Neely fell behind in the count 2-0 for the first time today and had to come in to Burton, and Burton knew it was coming. Fired his hips on that one, put the bat in the zone, but was just a little bit off as he fouled that one off.
Short lead on first for Obertop. Burden readies for the 2-1. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Challenged him with the fastball, and it's all even at 2-2. Elliott on deck. One out here in the bottom of the second. Obertop on at first. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball laid off. Looked to be outside, and the count is run full. Don't think Obertop will be running here with whatever is causing him discomfort. Again, a small lead off of first. He's being held on. Here comes the 3-2. Mile-high pop-up. In on the infield, DeZenzo. 3 Ohio State players right at the mound, and calling everyone off is Pull, the first baseman, to make the catch for out number 2. So after the Obertop single, 2 outs, and it's up to Clark Elliott to keep the inning alive.
Clark Elliott did not play yesterday against the lefty Lonsley, but he's playing today against the righty Neely, as he is a lefty himself, hitting .288, very respectable line.
Takes first pitch for a ball, 1-0. He's got 3 home runs in the year as well. He's a power threat.
In addition to that, something that stands out to me is the 11 walks that he has worked this year, really getting on base early and often.
Here comes the 1-0, and it's fouled straight back. A bit above us, and it's 1-1. Nice hack by Elliott, the left-handed hitter, against the right-handed Neely, who's looking to get out the inning unscathed after the leadoff single. Obertop leads off of first. Here comes the 1-1 to Elliott. At the knees, a strike. Fastball 1-2. Elliott steps out of the box, now steps back in. Behind in the count, 1-2. 2 gone by here in the bottom of the second. Obertop still on first. Here comes the 1-2. Fastball just missed on the outside corner. Neely, as well as the rest of the Ohio State players, were halfway to the dugout. Everyone has to jog back to their positions.
The entire Ohio State defense started to take a few steps jogging towards the dugout, but alas, 2-2 count.
And Elliott, did he go around on that one? Check swing, he did.
Oh, no.
Michigan is not happy. I have to think that maybe a makeup call, although it was the field umpire who called it. It might have been a makeup call on behalf of the home plate umpire who blatantly missed the pitch before. A lot of chirping coming the way of both the Michigan dugout and the unruly fans here. But nonetheless, Michigan can't do anything after the leadoff single by Jimmy Obertop. Nice job by Neely to quiet everything down. And heading to the top of the third, Ohio State still on top, 1-0.
Interesting call there on the check swing. The umpire, who was near second base.
You don't really see that
one.
Yeah.
And the Michigan bench had a much better angle, and the fans on that third base side had a much better angle than that field umpire. And they had an issue with the call, and so you have to wonder whether they saw it more accurately than the umpire, who was pretty straight on from the batter.
Well, to continue our Obertop discussion, we don't really know what is causing him discomfort, but he trots out to first base here, so he's going to stay into this game. So, of course, that's good news for Michigan.
He is favoring that knee. It may be an issue with his knee or quad, lower quad, whatever. Something over there, because he keeps on rubbing it and bending his knee and favoring it.
Yeah, does not look great. It would have been interesting to see if he had to run the bases, for better or for worse.
Ohio State coming with 2, 3, and 4 this top of the third inning. Oakley, DeZenzo, and Kern. DeZenzo and Kern did not have a good first half of the inning, or first half of the top of the first, I should say. Striking out, and then Kern, I believe, flying out. But now it is Oakley, who is 1 for 1 on the day with a single. He gets the first pitch, and he looks at a called strike on the outside part of the plate. Mitchell Oakley hitting .239 on the year with 5 home runs and 11 RBI. Denner throws an off-speed pitch and just sneaks that one in. Oakley looking at that called strike. No balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Important for Denner to get ahead of these batters here, and he does so with Oakley. Head 0-2, comes the pitch. Swinging and fouled off into the left side. Far foul, out of play. Again, Oakley, one of the 2 lefties in this Ohio State batting order. Getting the pitch and swinging and missing. He was fooled by Denner on that one. And Mazer takes care of the drop third strike with throw to overtop. And that is out number 1 in the top half of this third inning.
Fooled indeed. What a horrendous swing by Oakley on an off-speed pitch that skipped in there, and he just fooled him. Was probably expecting fastball, and by the time he realized that it was well out of the strike zone, there was nothing that Oakley could do.
Yes, he just flipped the bat out there for that one, hoping to make some sort of contact and foul it off, but unsuccessful. And DeZenzo at the plate now takes a massive hack, but unable to make any contact with it, as it is strike 1 on that fastball that was pretty high in the zone.
A lot of swings and misses so far for Denner.
DeZenzo looks at that second pitch down, and it is a ball. That'll bring the count even to 1-1 with 1 out, and Ohio State leading 1-0. Denner fires towards the plate, and that is massively hit to the right side. Oh, against the wall and caught. Caught by Elliott up against the wall. DeZenzo put a charge into that one. But wow, what a catch by Elliott, ranging back and crashing into the wall as he retires DeZenzo, and that'll bring us to 2 outs in the top of the third inning.
Knocked his hat right off. Way to stick with it by Elliott. And Denner is sure going to be thanking him for that after this inning is over.
Denner, 2 outs, nobody on. Cade Kern at the plate. Kern looked at a called first strike, thought that one was on the inside part of the plate as he take a little scoot back, but the umpire said no, sir, and calls that one a strike. Oh, put a charge into that one. That's going to the left fielder, though. And we're getting some rain. Oh, down. Oh, my God, a collision as the shortstop Sems went all the way out, and he caught it. That was the left fielder Flores' ball, but Sems went all the way out there and caught it. And both of them remain on the ground.
Well, we can't see Flores. Oh, now he's just getting up. Sems is on the ground on his knees. A lot of attention, players and trainers going out. So Flores was coming in towards the line. Sems was drifting back, and I couldn't hear if anyone was calling it, but certainly the communication was not where it should be. They collided right into each other. Both are now walking off. Sems appears to be jogging off, and Flores is the one a little more gingerly walking alongside the trainer. But a scary collision indeed. That's the 4th collision we've had today.
And as I mentioned during the middle of that play, for some reason, we are getting rain.
The rain is I was about to say before that collision, it looks like it's misting. Now it is raining.
Yes.
But,
I think it actually started misting, raining, whatever you want to call it, right when that play started.
well, we'll see what happens when.
It is really coming down now.
Yeah, we'll see what they're gonna do here.
Yeah,
The umpires look content. I don't really.
Jack Neely is calling. He says he can't pitch in this.
And back to the collision for a second. We'll see what happens because Flores is due up to lead off this inning if this inning gets played. But a scary collision. Certainly it seems like Michigan may have avoided the worst of it as Flores is taking his cuts and looks to be ready to take his at-bat.
Jack Neely on the mound for Ohio State, really struggling with his command in these few warm-up pitches. He's not a fan of pitching in the rain, it seems like. He wants us to have a little break here.
So the issue with potentially stopping and restarting this game is Neely is still clamoring for new baseballs, saying those ones are too wet, is that this is only going to be like a 15-minute shower. And they're going to be 15-minute showers-ish for intermittently for a while until tonight when it really starts to rain for good, which is why they moved this game up. The Michigan dugout is loving it. They're all up at the railing, soaking in the rain, literally. Neely, as we've said, does not appear to be a fan. We'll see how this may affect him.
See if Michigan can take advantage if he's a little erratic given the wet balls and the rain.
Well, Denner certainly caught a break to have pitched the top half of that inning, not have to deal with the wet baseballs, at least for now.
And it looks like it's coming down a little softer than it was a second ago, although it is still coming down. Do not be fooled. It is still raining.
So here's Flores gets a bit of an ovation after that injury. That's good.
Yes, that was an amazing play by Flores. Not his ball, but still great play. Way to track it down and hold on to it through the contact. As Flores steps up to play here. Oh, and that is a wild pitch.
Neely
is
still.
He is not a fan of this, but this Michigan dugout is loving it.
He is not a happy camper, but the rain appears to have, if not entirely subsided, it's lightened up to the point where it's not too visible.
Neely fires towards the plate, and that's low. Ball two.
Michigan is loving this. Neely is rattled.
The rain coupled by Michigan bench dugout getting in his head could contribute to this 2-0 count early, and now he's asking for new baseballs upon new baseballs, and the new one that he got doesn't work, so he's asking for another one.
He is having a tough go of it.
Michigan bench dugout, wants some more pitches and wants to get fired up some more. They're not a fan of this. Neely asking for more balls and more balls. And that's another ball. Not another baseball, but another ball that is pitched out of the strike zone.
We have to clarify
Neely
at this point because Neely has asked for so many new baseballs. Nice job by Flores, though. I wonder if they told him just don't swing until he throws a strike, perhaps realizing that Neely was going to have a problem getting these balls in the strike zone.
And that is ball 4. He walked him on 4 straight pitches.
The rain.
And he's asking for a new ball. What's new?
The conditions are definitely affecting Neely. It was very obvious as he was warming up for the inning. It's one of the Ohio State coaches is now walking out to the mound with a towel. Neely's going to rub that baseball off. Unless he can keep the towel out there, that's not going to do anything beyond one pitch. Now there's a mound meeting between all of the Buckeyes. Let's see if Michigan
it looks like he is keeping the towel out there.
That's interesting.
Kind of like in football they do that.
Yeah,
you rub
true.
off the football.
I don't know if
before
I've seen that in baseball, though.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Especially now that it's just a drizzle.
Oh, yeah, it's like a mist now.
Well, let's see if Michigan can take advantage of this. a gift, I guess you could say. They got the leadoff walk with Flores, and Neely has certainly been rattled and thrown off his rhythm.
And now Michigan's hottest hitter is at the
Yes.
plate, as Bertram had an amazing game yesterday, and he looks to continue that today.
So they finally all left the mound, and let's see what's going to happen here.
Riley Bertram, to start the game yesterday, was hitting in the 160s, and now today, after that 3-hit game yesterday, he's up to 216. Bertram, the switch hitter, hitting from the left side against the righty Neely. Steps into the batter's box. Neely gets the sign, comes set, fires towards the plate, and that's a ball. That's the 5th straight ball from Neely. The count is 1-0.
Neely has lost the strike zone, and at this point you have to think if obviously the conditions are affecting him, but maybe part of it is in his head as well.
And I'm curious if Flores is going to take advantage and attempt a steal here.
He's got a decent lead.
Neely fires towards the plate. Oh, and that hits him. Michigan with runners on first and second as Bertram was hit in the lower leg area by that inside pitch from Neely.
And we've said Neely is rattled. He really is rattled, though. There's really no other way to put it. You could see it with the body language. You saw it as he was warming up. I mean, nothing has been remotely close to the strike zone. He doesn't have a grip. They're skipping in. Now he hits a batter. And now Michigan has flipped the lineup order. You have Jordan Rogers up top coming up, and then Molfetta and the big boppers to follow.
And Ohio State sending some players to that bullpen area to get warmed up just in case of a long inning and the rattled Neely if he allows some runs. And that's going to be another ball. What is that, the 7th straight ball?
Yes. I mean, the rain is a very light drizzle at this point. Obviously, things are wet. Maybe that's what's still affecting Neely. Haven't seen him go to that towel. I don't know if they left it there.
Neely fires, and that is the first strike of the bottom half of the 3rd inning from Neely. Count is now 1-1. Michigan, runners on first and second, nobody out, top of the order up.
It looks like Neely took some speed off of that pitch to get that one over.
Neely towards the plate, swing and a miss from Rogers. Foul tip that one into the glove of the catcher, Totis, brings the count to 1-2.
Big hack by Rogers, going for it all. You don't need to go for it all. A productive out here, advance the runners. I mean, there's 2 on, nobody out. Michigan's down 1.
And that right side of the infield is pretty open for Rogers to just slap it over that way. Rogers looks at a pitch that is low, and that is going to be a ball, evening up the count at 2 apiece.
Good take by Rogers because that one was a little close. Certainly closer than all the other balls that Neely has thrown in this inning.
And the sun is peeking out of the clouds right now. There's still a little bit of a drizzle, but not really visible at all. And that's going to be a ball bouncing on the plate, bringing the count to 3-2 with runners on first and second with nobody out.
Well, things were already hairy for Neely, and now they are very dangerous. Neely wants another new baseball. He tosses this one back. Wants the dry baseball for the biggest pitch of his afternoon upcoming.
Again, 3-2 count on Jordan Rogers. Popped out his last time up. That was the first collision of the game for us.
First of 4.
Neely gets his sign, goes towards the plate, and that's fouled off to the right side by Rogers.
Actually, 5 collisions if we count Elliott's crashing catch in right field. Also, the foul. Good to see that the foul ball to right field has returned.
Oh my goodness, Neely getting a new baseball after the foul ball, but not liking that one, so asking for a new one.
At what point does the home plate umpire grow irritated here? Are we past that? Probably.
Yes, this Michigan dugout has been irritated for quite a while with Neely's antics.
Well, let's see if they can make him pay.
Rogers getting ready for the pitch. Here it comes, and that's a shot into right center. Looks like Flores is going to tag from second, and he's going. Throw is going to third, and he is safe.
Nice aggressive base running by Tito Flores, and it turns into a productive out by Rogers. He didn't get what he wanted, didn't get a base knock, but that sets up Michigan for a prime opportunity here with Molfetta coming to the dish. Runners at the corners with one out. A fly ball would get the job done here and tie this one up.
Bertram on first base teased tagging up, but he only went halfway, and when he realized that the throw was going to come short and reach around second base, he pulled back, went back to first base. So now we have runners on the corners, as you said, with Christian Molfetta, potentially Michigan's best hitter, at the plate. Molfetta's 1 for 1 on the day with a single.
Yeah, I don't think if you're Michigan, you probably want Molfetta up in this situation. Already got that base knock today up to 337, has 28 hits on the season. Looking to add to that 13 RBI total so far.
Ohio State checking that Flores actually tagged up on time and not early by throwing the ball to second base, but the umpire at second base says that he's safe, no worries, so remains first and third. And that ball is high.
Way high.
Over the head of Christian Molfetta, but caught by Totis. Count is now 1 ball and no strikes. Runners on first and third with 1 out, and Molfetta at the plate. Coming towards him, and that ball is in the right batter's box with Molfetta standing in the left as a right-handed batter. That is way outside, so the count goes up to 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, just when we thought Neely might have rediscovered the strike zone, he's completely lost it again.
And the rain is again coming down a little harder than it was a second ago. Ball 3. He remains rattled. This Michigan dugout is into it. 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out.
Would you give Molfetta the hit sign here?
I would say no, just because of how erratic Neely has been on the mound. And just as I say that, here comes ball 4. And that will load up the bases for the 3-hitter, Mazer.
Well, now Neely has nowhere to put Mazer.
Griffin Mazer coming to the plate, 0 for 1 on the day. Looking to make up for that last at-bat and give Michigan the lead here, or at least make it a tied game.
We have a meeting at the mound here for Ohio State.
Oh, wow. Pitching change.
That Neely doesn't look too happy here.
As we said, this game is very important, as there is only 1 series per season now between teams, and this game, being the rubber match, decides who holds the tiebreaker in the standings. So runs are really going to come at a premium in this one, and Ohio State wants to ensure that Michigan does not get their foot on home plate in this inning, as Jack Neely is coming out of the game after only 46 pitches, 2 1/3 scoreless, but he's responsible for all 3 batters on base.
Yeah, it's clear that the rain really put a damper, pun not intended, on Jack Neely's day. He was dealing, the velocity looked good. He fooled Mazer, who's coming to the plate now, really badly. But the rain, he just lost total control of the strike zone, and so I believe Griffin Smith is coming on in relief for Neely, and he is inheriting a sticky situation with the bases juiced. So Smith on the year has made 3 appearances, 7 innings, scattered 5 hits, 2 runs. Opponents are batting .192, a .257 ERA. So solid numbers for Smith. But he has his work cut out for him for sure.
And as we said, up first is Mazer here with the bases loaded and 1 out. Mazer looks like he has 2 appearances with the bases loaded, and he is 1 for 2 in those situations. And there is some speed on the bases. Flores is on third base. He can easily tag up on a fly ball. As we saw in that last inning, defensively, he was able to range all the way out to deep into left field and catch that fly ball. He's also 2 for 2 with stolen bases, or 2 for 4, stolen bases. So not 100%, but he's capable of stealing a bag, and while he can't steal home, he can steal a run on a fly ball.
And now if you're Mazer, the question is, what do you do at the plate? Think you're going to face Neely. Obviously, you're going to take pitches. He's lost the strike zone. Now here comes Smith. Not only does he need to throw strikes because he has no place to put you, he also has not walked a batter on the season.
And he picks up right where Neely left off with a ball on the opposite side batter's box. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out, and it has completely cleared up. No sign of
just as Neely
rain.
leaves, right?
Exactly. Neely comes out, the rain stops. Isn't that perfect how that works? Mazer getting the second pitch, and that's another ball. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitching change does not seem like it changed anything with the outcome of these pitches.
Well, this is exactly what you did not want to fall behind here. 2-0. You have nowhere to put Mazer.
Griffin Smith gets a sign going towards the plate. Mazer swings, rips it, but foul on the left side.
Well, that was a rope. Just got ahead of that one. Right there as well.
Two and 1 the count.
Might get another one of those also.
Works in Mazer's favor. Huh. Stumbled upon those words. Try to say that 5 times fast. Smith gets the sign. Mazer getting ready, looks at it, and that's going to be a ball, 3-1. Now he's got to come into him, and he's probably going to get a fastball. As Smith is really struggling with his command coming in relief of Neely.
Went with the off speed there on the 2-1 after Mazer was right on top of that fastball. And I feel like, as you said, you got to go fastball here.
Smith going towards the plate, deals it, grounder left side. Oh, fumbled by the third baseman, Irwin, and everyone's safe. Run scores for Michigan, and I'm going to guess that that's an E5.
Yeah, that was a bit of a chopper to third, in between hop on the move, heading into the hole. Irwin, also in the back of his mind, knew he had to hurry if he wanted to try and get 2 and get Ohio State out of the inning, but could not field that in-between hopper cleanly. It butchered off his glove and trickled away from him, and now Michigan remains in business. They're all tied up at 1.
And I'm going to guess that infield grass is pretty slick, so it may have bounced oddly. As Obertop, the number 4 batter in this Michigan order, is now at the plate, looks at ball 1. Michigan tied up with Ohio State 1-1, bases loaded with only 1 out. Obertop trying to open this game up.
Big opportunity here for Jimmy Obertop, as you said, to open up a lead and perhaps a big one.
Smith dealing and bounces 3 feet in front of home plate on that fastball. Or off-speed pitch or whatever it was nowhere near the strike zone.
Well, the same problems that plague Neely are biting Smith.
Maybe he needs to ask for new balls.
And a towel.
2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Bases remain juiced, and Obertop is at the plate.
Mazer was swinging 2-0 fastball. Let's see what Obertop does here.
Obertop swings 2-0 fastball, but that's fouled off just as Mazer did, but on the opposite side of the field this time into the right side parking lot.
First time up, Obertop worked a good at-bat against Neely at 3-2, ripped it into left field.
Smith gets the sign, comes set, goes towards the plate. Obertop looks at a called strike, and that's going to even up the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Jimmy Obertop 1 for 1 on the day with a single, trying to make it 2 for 2.
Fly ball will do the job here to put Michigan on top. Got to avoid the strikeout here.
Over top, ready for the pitch. Swing and a miss. Fooled on that off-speed pitch by Smith. And Smith retires over top. Getting the second out of the inning. Michigan brings Benjamin Semmes to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
Way out in front of it was over top. Skipped in as well. Not a very good pitch, but it did the job. And now Smith can get out of this jam he inherited. He would have been out of it if it wasn't for the E5. Still has a way out of it, though, here with Semmes at the plate.
Semmes swings at the first pitch just as he did last time, but this time it is fouled off. Last appearance at the plate, he flew out to the center fielder, Kern. This time, foul ball to the right side. No balls, 1 strike, and again, 2 outs. Lefty-lefty matchup here for Smith. Looking to capitalize on that, but Semmes was pretty good yesterday against the lefty Vonsley. And he swings, and that's in the hole, the 4-5 hole. 6-5 hole, excuse me. And it is a single for Semmes, RBI. And that'll extend the lead to 2-1 Michigan.
Nice piece of hitting by Semmes. Everyone moves up a base. Michigan up in front. And now the innings extended. Michigan looking to add on some more runs with Burden up at the plate.
Oh, man, if Michigan can just keep this going, keep this merry-go-round rolling, then they will be very, very happy. Michigan up 2-1. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Ted Burton at the plate. Looks at ball 1. Griffin Smith gets a sign, goes towards the plate, and that's looked at for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes.
Smith wanted that one on the outside part of the plate, but he's again behind 2-0. It's now 3 of the 4 hitters he's faced. He's fallen behind 2-0.
And is he going to come into him with a fastball here as he did the other 2? Smith goes towards the plate with a fastball, and that is looked at for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike now with Burton at the plate. Burton popped out in his last plate appearance to the first baseman pole. Looking to do some damage here with the bases loaded and 2 outs. 2-1 the count. Smith comes set, goes towards the plate, and that's a ball. 3-1 the count. And just as the last time, it was a 3-1 count. 2 batters to go. Smith has got to come into him here.
He's got nowhere to put him.
Big at bat here for Michigan. Ted Burton at the plate. 3-1 count. 2 outs. About to get the pitch. And here it comes. Swing and fouled off behind him.
He's right on that one. Went straight back.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded. Runners will be on the move. Single scores 2. Double scores 3.
Homer scores 4.
Can't ask for more than that. Smith gets his sign. He's set. Fires towards the plate and fouled off into the netting behind home plate.
Another good hack here. Good turn at bat by Burden.
Burton making Smith work. 3 balls and 2 strikes to count. Smith comes set. Runners will be on the move, on the pitch. Here it comes. Oh, foul tip into the glove, and that'll end the inning. Michigan scoring 2, leaving 3 on base. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and Michigan heads to the top of the 4th inning with the lead 2-1.
Certainly a good inning for Michigan. They would have definitely liked to get a little more. 2 big strikeouts of Obertop and Burden, each with the bases loaded. Sem's able to bail them out in between with that base hit to left. But a good inning nonetheless for Michigan. They jump in front, up 2-1 now as we enter the 4th. And Jacob Denner saddled with a lead. This will be a big shutdown inning for him. Last turn around, got a 1-2-3 inning, his first of the day. Let's see what he can do this time against the Buckeye order.
Denner has his pitch count at 59 after 3 innings pitched. Could be worse, though.
So Ohio State will have 5, 6, and 7 in their order. Pohl, Bauer, and Totis against Jacob Denner, the lefty, heading into his 4th inning of work. Solid outing so far today. The pitch count's up a little bit. 3 innings, though, 1 run scored. Giving up 2 hits, walked 2, and struck out 4. 59 pitches. See how long the leash is here, especially now that Michigan has a lead for Denner.
Well, as we saw on Ohio State's side, the leash for Neely
Short.
is not very long at all.
Yeah. The rain has stopped, though.
It has. Do we think it's going to come back anytime soon?
Let me see. I would say yes. Yes.
The weather app on my iPhone says drizzle starting in 13 minutes, lasting for 17 minutes.
So we'll see.
Very
Maybe
precise.
a quick inning would behoove Denner here. First pitch is a breaking ball that rides high into the left-handed hitting Pohl. Pohl's 0 for 1, popped out to second, or to catcher rather. His first time up. Denner deals the 1-0, lifted into right field. Elliott easing under it. It's a high fly ball. Barely has to move. Now trots in a few strides and makes the 2-handed catch for the first out of the inning. Well, if Michigan wants a quick inning here to make sure that they don't have to pitch in the rain, that will do the job, certainly. 2 pitches, 1 out.
And we're getting into that second half of the Ohio State batting order.
And that starts with Bauer, the second baseman. First pitch, rides high, 1-0. Bauer worked a full count walk and came around to score the only run that Ohio State has knocked across today, back in the 2nd inning.
As you said, he scored, so we've been talking poorly of that second half lineup, but that's where they got their run.
And now Bauer sends it to center field. Easing in is Rogers. He'll call off the second baseman, Bertram, and make the catch. So a perfect start to the inning for Jacob Denner. 2 cans of corn. And he now has a chance to get through this one rather quickly with Totis coming to the plate. Totis, right-handed hitter. He's 0 for 1. Denner deals. First pitch, ripped toward the right side of the infield. That's through. He beats the shift for a base hit. Michigan shaded, the infielder shaded toward the left side, and Totis smacking it right through the hole for a 2-out knock.
That was straight in the middle between first and second base, where the second baseman would normally be positioned without a shift.
And so now a 2-out base runner. Here's Scotty Seymour, who was first pitch swinging as well against Denner back in the 2nd. Yanked one into left field for the RBI single that scored Bauer. First pitch goes with the breaking ball. It misses upstairs, 1-0. Totis held on at first by Obertop. Denner at the belt. Here comes the 1-0. It's caught and a miss. Goes down to a knee. And it's 1-1. Another off-speed pitch to Seymour. Shift on against Seymour, the right-handed hitter. Bertram playing almost right behind the bag at second base. So that hole is open again on the right side if he so chooses to use it. And that one is low and in. 2-1 now to Seymour. Denner looking for a shutdown inning after Michigan gave him the lead with 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd. Here comes the 2-1. Ripped into left center field. That's down for a base hit. This ball's heading towards the gap. Flying around second is Totis. Getting to it, and here comes the relay throw. Sems, Totis is going to try and score the throw to the plate. We have a play at the plate. He's out at the plate. Oh, what a relay throw. Sems guns him down at the dish. Flores got to it in left field. And what a play by Michigan to keep Ohio State off the board in the frame.
Wow, what a relay, what a throw, what a tag. This entire Michigan operation working to success, to perfection. Michigan going to the bottom half of the 4th inning up 2-1. Wow.
Wow is right. Ohio State arguing a bit about the play. There's nothing that could be done. What a magnificent relay throw. That ball was scorched off the bat, but it was almost on the ground. And as it kept rolling toward the wall, it seemed to have died down a bit in the wet grass. Flores got to it right at the wall, and then Sems way out with a beautiful strike. And Totis, the catcher, not the fastest, but he ran pretty well. And you could see that play developing, and a bang-bang play at the plate. Wow. That's a backbreaker for Ohio State.
Certainly is. And there's that bottom half of the order really coming through for Ohio State.
Again, yeah, we need to stop trashing them. I mean, what a day for Seymour. That's 2 base knocks, both hit hard now for him.
And he's a difference maker for Ohio State. He did not play yesterday, so he's been really stepping up and bringing some respect to that bottom half of the lineup.
So now let's see if Michigan can keep the momentum going. After that play to end that frame, everyone spilled out of the dugout to greet Sims as he trotted off the field. Griffin Smith will stay in the ballgame for Ohio State after he relieved Neely in the last inning and did a pretty admirable job. Got 2 outs, 2 big strikeouts. No runs charged to his name. Both Michigan runs go to Neely. So let's check in on Michigan here. Leading off the frame, they'll have 7, 8, 9. Clark Elliott, Tito Flores, and Riley Bertram here against the left-handed thrower Griffin Smith. That relay was as textbook of a relay as you're going to see in baseball. Really a great play all around. So here's Smith, lefty on lefty. First pitch to Elliott rides high, a fastball, 1-0. Elliott 0 of 1, struck out on a check swing his first time up. Takes a fastball at the letters, and it's 2-0. 2-0 to Elliott. Fouls it off his foot. It dribbles towards second base, but that's a dead ball. Elliott will walk that one off a bit. We're approaching rain territory. We'll see if that starts up soon again. Clouds are rolling in. Smith deals the 2-1 to Elliott. Fastball high, ball 3. Here comes the 3-1 to Elliott. Inside, did he go? He did not. He checked his swing, ball 4. So Clark Elliott works a leadoff 5-pitch walk, and Michigan is in business yet again.
Michigan with a man on base. Let's see if they go with the stolen base strategy. Yesterday, the starter for Ohio State was a lefty, Lonsley, and they went on first move. So I wonder if Elliott will continue that trend or if they're going to be a little more conservative now that they have the lead, albeit a 1-run lead.
Second consecutive inning with a leadoff walk for Michigan. Third consecutive inning the Wolverines have gotten the leadoff man aboard. the first pitch. First pitch swinging, and it's a pop-up. Golf to shortstop, easing back under it, and making the two-handed grab, stumbling to his knees, is DeZenzo. Not the easiest of pop-ups, but an out nonetheless to retire Flores. So that'll bring up Riley Bertram. Bottom of the order, but arguably one of Michigan's hottest hitter. A 3 of 4 day yesterday was hit by a pitch from Neely in the middle of Neely's stretch in which he lost the strike zone. Elliott dancing off of first here, distracting Smith. Here's the first pitch, groove down the middle, 0-1.
Doesn't look like Elliott will be attempting a stolen base, as he's just trying to get in the head of Griffin Smith, dancing on first base and in that peripheral vision of the lefty pitcher.
So it's 0-1 here to Bertram, and a throw over to check on Elliott. He's in standing. He's just sort of driving back and forth a little bit at first base. I guess dancing is the best way to put it. 0-1. The count to Bertram at the dish. 1 out here gone by in the bottom of the fourth. Michigan with a 2-1 lead over Ohio State. Here's the pitch, and it's a bunt. Bunted right to the catcher. And Chotis will make the play to first. Not sure if that's what Bertram intended to do, but it advances Elliott to second nonetheless. And that'll bring up Jordan Rogers here with 2 outs.
Michigan 2 for 5 today with runners in scoring position. So hitting .400, very impressive. Now with a runner on second comes the top of the order.
Shift on against Rogers. There's that hole in the right side of the infield again. Rogers is 0 for 2. A pop-up and a fly ball. First pitch swinging, lines it into right center field. This might fall. It's down for a base hit. Rounding third and coming in to score is Elliott. He's in standing. Jordan Rogers, first pitch swinging, dunks it into right center field to stretch the Michigan lead to 3-1.
And make that 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position, extending that lead. Great job by Rogers. It often happens after you make a great play in the field. You come back with your next at bat and come back with a big hit of your own. And him doing so there with that great play in the field, and then, Jordan Rogers did not make that play. Sems made that play in the field.
But nonetheless, a great play at the plate by
Yes.
Jordan Rogers. He's dancing off at first now, and it's a throw over to check on him. First pitch swinging, nice aggressive strategy, and it pays dividends, 3-1. Big insurance run. It's early in the game to call it an insurance run, but Michigan will take all they can get. So that'll bring up Molfetta. He's had a good day so far. A single and a walk. I caught stealing mixed in as well. Here's the first pitch. He flashes bunt.
With 2 outs.
A interesting strategy. Unless he's trying to, the third baseman is playing well back, Irwin at third. So I guess if he dropped one down, he would beat it out, but it would have to be a good bunt. We've already seen Bertram retired on a bunt in the frame. Rogers on at first. Here comes the pitch. It's down the middle, a fastball, 1-1 to Molfetta. Molfetta with that single in the first is up to .337 on the season. Smith at the belt, looks on at Rogers. Molfetta stands in. And another throw over to check on Rogers, who ducks back in safely. Rogers with 4 stolen bases on the year. Takes a big lead off of first. He's bouncing back and forth. Here comes the pitch from Smith. It skips in. Molfetta bends backwards, and it's 2-1. Michigan up 3-1. They've tacked on 1 run in this inning via Jordan Rogers' base knock. Fell behind 1-0 as the Ohio State struck first in the second, and then chased Jake Neely, or any Raddick Neely, in the third to score 2 runs. Here's the pitch to Molfetta. High pop-up, lifted foul. pull back at first base, and he's going to watch it go. It lands foul, untouched. Out of play. So 2-2, the count even to Molfetta. Michigan looking for more here against Smith. Rogers on at first, 2 outs. Molfetta at the dish. Smith at the belt. Here comes the 2-2. Rogers is going. The pitch is high. The throw down to second. They might have him, and they do. The second time today that Totis has gunned down a runner at second base. The Wolverines again caught stealing, and so that'll end the fourth. Michigan plates one across, and we're heading to the top of the fifth. The Wolverines on top, 3-1.
Rogers did not get too big of a lead. He got a good jump, but just the lead was not big enough, as the pitcher Smith kept on checking on him and ensuring that he didn't get too far off that bag. He was jumping around, dancing like you said, and he got a good jump as a result, but wasn't able to make it happen, which is interesting, the fact that Michigan has been caught stealing twice today. After coming into this series, Ohio State had only caught one base runner caught stealing in 41 attempts.
A strong game behind the plate for Totis. Gunned down Molfetta back in the first, and now Rogers.
So the strategy worked yesterday for Michigan, but it has eliminated 2 base runners today. Still, Michigan leads 3-1, making it work, making it happen in other facets of the game.
So Denner will stay out there. He has really, well, it was helped greatly, obviously, by that beautiful relay play to gun down Totis at the plate to end the top of the fourth. But he's sort of calmed down a little bit after a long first inning in which he threw over 30 pitches. Set the side down in order in the third, got 2 quick outs in the fourth before needing the help of his defense to get out of the inning unscathed.
And he only threw 9 pitches that inning, which is big for him because those first 2 innings, the first 3 innings, I should say, averaged just about 20 pitches per inning. Michigan not really shifting for this batter. And it's Irwin at the plate. Denner throws a strike to Irwin. No balls, 1 strike. Irwin getting ready for the second pitch. Denner deals, and it's a ball. That's going to be low, 1-1 the count. Irwin struck out in his first plate appearance. His only of the day in the second inning. He's the number 9 batter for Ohio State. It's going to be 9-1-2 for them this inning. And that ball is going to be high, and so it's going to be 2-1 the count. Nick Irwin ahead. 2 balls, 1 strike. Jacob Denner on the mound. Got some action in the Michigan bullpen. And that one's outside. 3 balls, 1 strike. The pitch from Denner was a little bit outside that Michigan dugout. Wanted the call but didn't get it, as often happens. 3 balls, 1 strike. Here comes Denner. He throws, and that's a strike. Oh, that's a delayed call by the umpire. And Irwin thought that one was a ball, and that was ball 4. He was halfway to first base, already threw his bat to the dugout. But he'll have to retrieve it and come back to home plate. Count is now full. Denner already on the rubber. Got his sign ready for the pitch. Waiting for Irwin to get set up. Irwin's in the batter's box. Denner starts his motion. Here he comes. And that's going to be fouled off to the right side. Count remains full. Irwin believes he should be on first base, but he's still in the batter's box. Important to get this out with the top of that Ohio State batting order coming up next. Denner deals towards Irwin. Outside of the zone, but Irwin swung and fouled it off to the right side. We will do it again.
Big first out this would be, as you said, for Denner. Not only is it the bottom of the order, but you don't want to put the leadoff man on ever, and especially after your team has just given you a bit of a cushion. with the lead now 3-1.
And here comes that drizzle that we were speaking of. Michigan, the one on the mound this time. That's a fly ball into right field. Elliott is there, and he makes the catch. 1 out.
Elliott made that one look easy. It is an easy play, but tracking it through the rain adds a bit of difficulty, easing toward the line. And nice job by Denner to put away Irwin and get that first out.
Big out there for Denner. And now Denner faces Sam Wilson. Wilson, the leadoff batter for Ohio State, worked a walk in his first plate appearance, that 10-pitch at bat. And he flew out to center fielder Jordan Rogers in his second. First pitch of this at bat is a ball on the outside. And it is 1-0 the count now, with 1 out in this inning and no runners on. Rain coming down here in Ann Arbor. Pitch, and it's a pop fly to the right side. Obertop may be there. First baseman in foul territory. He gets it. 2 up, 2 down.
So besides the relay play at the plate that ended the 4th inning, Denner's last 4 outs have all come via the air and pop-ups.
Mitchell Oakley now at the plate for Ohio State. 2 outs in this inning, trying to make something happen for the Buckeyes. Jacob Denner not looking to let it happen as he fires to home plate. And that's an off-speed pitch that sneaks in there for a strike. Starts out, no balls, 1 strike. Due up for Michigan is 2-3-4, so looking to get there right now. As that's strike number 2. A swing and a miss for Oakley. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Denner is set, got his sign, starts his motion, headed towards the plate, and right back up the middle, but the shift is there, and he is out at first base with the throw from Bertram. Got him comfortably, and that is a 1-2-3 inning for Denner. 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. As we head to the bottom half of the 5th inning, Michigan leading 3-1, again with the 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up for Michigan.
Nice play by Bertram. That one was struck well. The shift had it measured up perfectly, but still had to make the play. A backhand virtually on the outfield grass, a long throw, but made it look very easy. And again, Denner has really started to settle in here.
And that was another very quick inning for Denner. Very few pitches pitched that inning as well.
Stands in contrast to what we saw from him in that first inning, the laborious inning, 30-plus pitches.
Griffin Smith remains on the mound for Ohio State. Lefty with the 3.12 ERA. He's thrown 1 2/3 innings thus far today, allowing 3 hits with 1 run allowed, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts.
He's been a little shaky coming in relief for Neely, although he inherited a bases loaded 1-out mess. Did well to get out of that, just giving up 2 runs. But Ohio State's just going to ride him at this point, with Neely certainly not able to give the Buckeyes the length they had hoped and probably expected.
And it appears like the rain has subsided.
Can't figure out the rain.
No, just in time for Ohio State to be on the mound now. So it is 1-1 in the rain category. Each team has endured it while pitching. Michigan faring a little better than Ohio State did. Stepping up to the plate is Molfetta. Molfetta was the last hitter or the last batter in the last inning in the 4th, but Rogers was gunned down at second base, and that's a shot into left field. Left fielder Seymour is back at the wall, and it is gone! Home run over that tall fence, the brick monster like we like to call it. And that is a home run to left field. What a shot. 101 exit velocity off the bat for Molfetta. And that is back-to-back games for Molfetta with a home run. Man, that was a good shot there.
Well, Molfetta was up at bat to end the fourth when Rogers got caught stealing for out number 3. So he gets a second chance here, and he wasted no time with the blast over that brick monster and left. Seymour kept going back, and that ball just kept carrying, and Seymour ran out of room.
Didn't even give me any time to explain what happened at the end of last inning. He hopped on that so quickly. So now it is a 4-1 lead for Michigan, with Griffin Mazer at the plate, and he is hit by the pitch. Looks like Griffin Smith is unraveling a little bit. No one up in the Ohio State bullpen, surprisingly.
I just peeked over there to see if anyone was getting loose because Smith gave up the bomb, and then coming back with the hit batsman is certainly not the start you want to begin this frame. Already down in the game 3-1, now it's 4-1. Can't let this one slip too far out of your hands if you're Ohio State.
Absolutely, and Jimmy Overtop at the plate now with a runner on base. Looks at strike one. It looked like Mazer was potentially looking to steal, but didn't get a good jump, and so he retreated back to first base.
Things could get dicey here with Overtop, but always a power threat.
Overtop swings and misses through the off-speed pitch there, 79-mile-per-hour slider. That'll make the count no balls and 2 strikes. No outs. Runner on first base is Mazer. And again, Jimmy Overtop at the plate. Griffin Smith checks on Mazer at first base. Mazer gets in comfortably. Smith looks at the runner on first, gets his sign, headed towards the plate, and that's going to be a ball, making the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Of note here is it's Benjamin Sims' spot on deck. He is not out there. It is Cam Hart who is out there in the on-deck circle. Not sure what the deal is there. Sims was involved in a collision with Flores a few innings back, was shaken up, both of them were, but stayed in the game and then had that fantastic relay play and an RBI single after that. Not sure if anything was aggravated or exacerbated, but he is out of the game, it appears.
Interesting. 1-2 pitch coming. Lays off. That was high. 2-2 the count now. And Ohio State does, in fact, have someone up in the bullpen throwing right now. Two and two the count. Griffin Smith is set, headed towards the plate, fires, and that is a dribbler foul off the bat of Jimmy Overtop to the left side.
Overtop got well out in front of that one. Not sure how much Smith has left in the tank here. It'll be interesting to see how long the leash is on him.
Smith already with about 40 pitches. And that's going to be a ball. Ball 3. 3-2 the count. That ball is inside and low, almost hitting the foot of Obertop. Again, runner on first with a 3-2 count. Obertop at the plate, Michigan's number 4 hitter. Oh, what a shot into left center. That one's deep. Ranging back to the center fielder, looks up, and it's off the wall. He's the relays to second. Overtop remains at first, but Mazer headed to third on that shot off the bat of Overtop. 106 miles per hour off the bat. Wow, what a shot. These are major league numbers coming off the bat of these Michigan players.
Well, that is the longest single you might ever see. Short hops the wall. Mazer also could not get around to score. Did not get a great jump on that. Also, though, that ball was hit so hard, I don't know even if he got a good jump, if he could have scored. A combination of the velocity and then also played well off the wall by the Buckeyes in the outfield. Nonetheless, Michigan primed to score here with Hart.
Cam Hart taking the place of Ben Sims as the manager for Ohio State going out to the pitcher, and don't know if he's calling for the bullpen or not. Doesn't look like he motioned there.
Well, so
although the bullpen is moving with the pitcher who was stepping off the mound and opening the gate. So I'm going to think that means he is coming into the game, and here he comes trotting onto the field as there is a change for Ohio State on the mound.
So Hart has only had 2 at-bats on the year, no hits. Sems has played the bulk of the time at shortstop, and then a crowded middle infield hasn't really opened up any doors for Hart. But here he is in a huge spot in this one. The junior hit .217 in 23 at-bats last season as a freshman, as a sophomore rather, after redshirting. But a big spot for him. Let's see, trying to see who Ohio State has put into this one in relief. It'll be their 3rd pitcher. And it appears to be Baden Root. 8 appearances on the season and 11 2/3 innings pitched. A 3.09 ERA.
Averages just a tick over 8 strikeouts per 9. So along the same lines as the starter that we saw.
So it's the 2nd time today where Ohio State has brought a reliever into a very hairy spot. We'll see what Root can do to mitigate the damage here. Michigan already at 4-1, looking for more with runners on the corners and just nobody out.
Cam Hart, hitless on the year with 1 strikeout. Trying to make something happen here. Stepping into a great opportunity. Runners on 1st and 3rd with no outs. Giving Michigan potentially more insurance is what he wants to do. Michigan leads 4-1.
This inning started, of course, with the Molfetta blast. Obertot was a few feet shy of adding a home run of his own. Have to settle for a 390-foot single.
And doesn't seem like Obertop's injury from earlier in the game has really affected him or is really anything to make note of, because he hasn't really been favoring it at all. And as we saw there, he was able to get around on that and hit it hard. But, I mean, I don't think he was going to make it to second base anyway, so I don't think that it's potentially injury-related that he didn't leg it out. But worth noting.
Yes, the greater concern is, of course, Sems, who has left the game, and hence why Hart is at the dish here with men on the corners.
Hart looks at ball 1. Count 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, with nobody else, runners on the corners. Cam Hart at the plate. And Baden Root, the relief pitcher for Ohio State. Root fires towards the plate, and did that hit Hart? No, it did not. Hart got out of the way. Inside fastball. Makes the count 2 balls and no strikes.
And again, the Ohio State reliever comes in, and the same thing has happened to Smith. Can't throw strikes. The opposite of what you both want and need from your bullpen.
Root fires. Swing and a miss from Hart. 2 balls and 1 strike. He wanted that one.
One right after him with 91 on the gun.
Root gets his sign, comes set, fires towards the plate, swing, and that's fouled off the knee of Cam Hart. We will do it again.
That was a low and in fastball, and yeah, I think he fouled it off either his knee or his ankle. Try to walk that one off.
Root comes set, 2-2 the count. And he fires. Oh, and that would have been a ball, but Cam Hart went around, tried to check his swing, but he did not. And that'll be the first out of the bottom half of the 5th inning for Ohio State. Runners on the corner still. Michigan leads 4-1, and it'll be Burton up at the plate for Michigan. Oh, check that. Danny Zimmerman up at the plate, another pinch hitter for Michigan.
Changes galore here in the lineup.
Danny Zimmerman started yesterday for Michigan, played the entirety of the game, went hitless. We're looking to change that here and extend this Michigan lead. Looks at ball one, low and inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Root comes set, goes towards the plate, and that is going to be a called strike. Zimmerman looking at it, thought it was on the inside, thought it was inside, but umpire says it got part of the plate, and it is a 1-1 count.
Good off-speed pitch there. Buckled Zimmerman a little bit.
Root throws it, and that one's going to be low and inside. That's ball 2, 2-1 the count with 1 out. Zimmerman hitting .211 on the year. He's got a home run of his own, so he's got some pop. Baden Root looking toward him, fires, and that's going to be inside. Root wanted that one. Upset with the call, but it stands. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. He's got to come into Zimmerman here. He has a base open, but still going to throw him a strike. Just kidding. He is not. And that's ball 4 as the ball bounces in front of the plate. Zimmerman takes first base on the walk, and up comes Elliott. Clark Elliott 0 for 1 on the day, hitting .283 still. Clark Elliott, one of the 2 lefties that started the day in this Michigan lineup. Now he's got that righty-lefty matchup with this relief pitcher, Baden Root, for Ohio State.
Elliott came around to score last inning, led off with a walk, and scored on Rogers' single.
And Elliott's got the bases loaded for him. Opportunities galore. Baden Root comes set. Just going to focus on Elliott. No reason to look at the base runners. And that's a shot into the left center gap. Going deep and unable to get it is the left fielder Seymour. He dives but can't get it. And bases are almost clearing. That's a double, scores 2 runs. And man, oh man. Clark Elliott pulling through for Michigan, extending that lead to 6-1.
Nice job by Elliott golfing it to left center field. Seymour was on his horse. Full extension with the dive, could not get to it. And Clark Elliott, first pitch swinging. A lot of first pitch swinging this inning, and it's paying dividends for Michigan. Molfetta did it with the home run. Last inning, Rogers did it on the RBI single. And
Zimmerman to third on that double, and obviously Elliott at second. So now it is second and third with Tito Flores at the plate. Root fires, and that is a ball low and inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
Ohio State's bullpen has just been laboring all day. And they are in dangerous territory of this game just being blown wide open.
Heads towards the plate, and that's called a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Ohio State on the board with 1 run, but Michigan up 5 with 6. And that runners in scoring position average for Michigan just keeps on climbing. They are 4 for 8 on the day, hitting .500. Quite the number. Smith fires, or Root, I should say, fires. And that is going to be low as it bounces. 2 balls, 1 strike with 1 out in this inning.
They've done a really nice job, for the most part, of being pretty selective, working a lot of deep counts when they're not swinging first pitch.
Root comes set, and he's headed towards the plate. And that's going to be a swing and a miss for Tito Flores on the high fastball. He wanted all of that one. Looks juicy when it's near your eyes.
Well, right as I compliment them, Flores goes chasing. Still in this at-bat, though, 2-2.
Bait en route. Comes set. Goes towards the plate. Flores gets a hold of this one into center field. And tagging is Zimmerman. Zimmerman goes towards the plate, and he's going to come up standing easily. Kern not too strong of an arm in center field for Ohio State, as that was a one bouncer to the second baseman.
So that ball looked like it was hit better off the bat than it actually was. But Kern misjudged it, came in a little bit, then had to go back, and he couldn't really plant his foot. And so when he was throwing, that's why it was not a very strong throw, one hopper into second base. So it erased any chance at a play at the plate, and now it's 7-1, and Michigan is looking to maybe even add on more. They're in a great position here with the 6-run lead.
That's a called strike. Riley Bertram at the plate. Still 0 for 0 on the day, even though he's had 2 plate appearances. He has a hit by pitch and a sacrifice bunt, moving the runner over. Runner in scoring position here for Bertram, though, so he can make a difference there. Although he's behind in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Roots ERA climbing to around 4 after the multiple runs scored this inning by Michigan. And that's going to be a swing and a miss by Bertram. Legs it out to first on the drop third strike, but he is out as Totis got it to pull in time. And we will head to the top of the 6th inning. Michigan with 4 runs scored in that inning on 3 hits, no errors. And we will head again to the top of the 6th inning. Michigan leading 7-1.
Yeah, what a great inning for Michigan. Molfetta got it all started, setting the tone with the Titanic blast, the solo shot, 7-1. And here comes Denner back again for work with a 6-run lead. He's really turned it around, much better as of late after the 30-plus pitch opening inning, and the offense has really had his back so far this afternoon. And the rain has held off, yet to return after that 30-minute or so stretch that erased Neely and really turned the game upside down in Michigan's favor. Ohio State had the lead. Neely was pitching well. And then with the rain, Neely just lost complete control of the strike zone. Walked a few batters, hit another, had to be removed from the game, and Ohio State's bullpen has crumbled in relief.
They really have. It all started in that inning with the rain, and that was just the difference maker for Michigan. Getting in the head of the opposing pitchers, or the slick balls, whatever it was, it worked in Michigan's favor. And when Michigan pitched with the rain, it was not as heavy, but it was still raining. Did not seem to affect them as much. Ohio State's dugout didn't get in the head of the Michigan pitcher, Jacob Denner. He was able to retire those batters along with the help from his defense. We don't really expect too much rain for the rest of this game. Very good that they moved it up.
Yes.
There's 50% chance of rain at 3 p.m., but by that time, the game will be wrapping up.
So Denner begins his 6th inning of work by pouring in a off-speed pitch high to Zach DiZenzo, number 3 hitter for Ohio State. So Denner is at 82 pitches so far. He's topped out at 92 as he sends that one high, 2-0. Topped out at 92 on March 21st, way back when, against Michigan State. Last time out, only threw 69 pitches last weekend against Northwestern, but pitching well and effectively. Here's the 2-0, fouled back to the right side by DiZenzo, 2-1. DiZenzo 0-2 on the day, struck out in a big spot back in the first when Denner had allowed the first 2 Buckeyes to reach base, had his back against the wall, and got DiZenzo chasing a high fastball to really turn that inning around. Into the windup, deals the 2-1, and DiZenzo lays off an off-speed pitch high, ball 3. Not a lot of activity right now in Michigan's bullpen. Denner still going strong. 85 pitches deep into his afternoon. Here comes the 3-1 to DiZenzo, and he watches it go by outside. He checked his swing, and it's ball 4. So DiZenzo works a leadoff walk as the Buckeyes look to get going here and climb their way out of what is a 6-run deficit.
And in the Michigan bullpen, Joe Pace just stepped up and is starting to warm up. Pace, one of the better relievers in this Michigan bullpen, with a .75 ERA in 12 innings pitched.
So Cade Kern now at the dish, batting cleanup. Here's the pitch, and a whiff and a miss at a off-speed pitch in the dirt. So as the game has gone along, Denner's gone away from the fastball a little bit. A lot more to the off-speed in this inning. DiZenzo leads off first, held on by Overtop. 3 infielders to the left side here against Kern, and that breaking ball bends inside, ball 1.
Kern hasn't really done any damage the past 2 days. Hitless yesterday and hitless today. 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a pop out to the shortstop.
Denner looks on, deals the 1-1. High fly ball lifted to right. Elliott racing over towards the corner. It's going to stay in play in fair territory, and Elliott gloves it for the first out as DiZenzo eases back to first. So that'll bring up Pohl, the first baseman, who's 0 for 2 on the day. That's a big first out by Denner, retiring Kern, the cleanup hitter, looking to get this inning back on track after allowing the leadoff walk. Pohl, the left-handed hitter. Michigan's got the shift on him, 3 infielders to the right side. Here's the first pitch, fastball outside for ball number 1. Pohl hitting .221 in the year, a bit of a power threat, has 5 long balls on the season. He tries to draw Ohio State closer. Buckeyes down 7-1. Here's the 1-0, breaking ball over for a strike, 1-1. Outfielder straight away and fairly deep. Short lead off of first for DiZenzo. Denner at the belt. Here comes the 1-1. Rip and a miss at a high fastball, 1-2. And that pitch has been working for him all day, that high fastball. Only at about 85, 86 miles per hour. But the Buckeyes have been unable to keep up with it. Denner readies. And here comes the 1-2 to Pohl. Breaking ball tapped to second. And Hart will go to the long way to second for 1. He played that one slowly, but able to get the lead runner nonetheless deep in the shift on the lip of the outfield grass for out number 1 or 2. Elliott caught that fly ball.
In addition to getting that lead runner, by getting that lead runner, he got the faster runner off the base paths with the first baseman Pohl now on first base, and the shortstop DiZenzo going to the bench after getting called out at second base.
And that'll bring up Bauer, the second baseman, right-handed hitter. 0 for 1 today, has scored the lone Ohio State run. Here comes a pitch from Denner, skips inside, 1-0. Pohl now on at first. Held on by Overtop. He's not a threat to go anywhere. Denner looks on. Here comes the 1-0. Upstairs, ball 2. Be remiss if I didn't mention that Denner is from New Jersey, which is where I am from. From Gloucester, New Jersey he is. Went to Bergen Catholic. which is about 40 minutes from where I'm from. Now, of course, in Ann Arbor, 2-0 from Denner is right down the middle of strike, a fastball, 2-1.
Denner getting behind on Bauer, but working his way back. He hasn't really walked many batters today, only 3 free passes.
This will be the 96th pitch, which means Denner has surpassed his previous high, and it's lifted foul out of play down the right field side, got jammed. And it's 2-2. Denner's previous high, as we mentioned, was 92 pitches. This will be his 97th thus far. But the bulk of that came in the first inning, in which he threw over 30 pitches. And Sam Wilson led off the game with a 10-pitch walk. Here comes the 2-2, fouled back to the screen. A good cut at a fastball, up to 88 on the gun by Denner. 2 outs here. Bauer is at the plate. Pohl is on at first. Michigan up 7-1 on Ohio State here in the top of the 6th. Denner has scattered 4 hits and walked 3, giving up just that lone run. Here comes the 2-2. Foul down the right field side again, out of play, and we'll do it again.
Denner's right on him, just a little bit late.
See if he can get that extra velocity. His go-to pitch for the strikeout today has been the upstairs fastball. Nearing the end of his day, don't really foresee him going any further than this inning. Here comes the 2-2 to Bauer, fouled right back to the screen again. Another fastball, 88 again. So Bauer making him work as we near pitch number 100.
I would go as far as to say that this may be his last batter.
Yes, I think I would agree with you. So certainly an additional incentive to get Bauer out here. 6th innings looks nicer than 5 2/3.
Quality start.
Here's the pitch, fouled back again. He's right on it. He just keeps going to the well with the fastball. Each one's getting faster as well if we're trusting the radar gun here. That one almost at 89. Bit of a shift on against Bauer. There's a hole in the right side of the infield if he so chooses to go that way. He's been behind a lot. 2-2. Here it comes. Lined into right center field. Rogers shading over in the gap. He's not going to get there. That's down for a base hit, and it splits him. It'll go to the wall. Flying around third is Pohl. He's going to come in to score. Elliott gets it in on his way to third, and sliding in safely with the triple is Bauer. So a run-scoring triple that probably should have been a single. Rogers was sprawling over. Perhaps thought for a second that he could try and make a diving attempt. But by the time he realized that it was too far out in front of him, the ball took a wicked hop by him, tried to glove it down, and it went by him to the wall. A run-scoring triple, and I think that is going to be all on the day for Jacob Denner.
Denner asking to stay in the game, motioning to Coach Dakich, Manager Dakich, I should say, to keep him in the game, go back to the dugout, but Dakich knows what's best and goes to the mound and brings in the relief pitcher. That line drive off the bat of Bauer was a hard hit, well hit line drive. It was just slicing right, and the right fielder Elliott was too far to the right to make anything happen, and Rogers, the center fielder, just couldn't get there.
A stellar day nonetheless for Jacob Denner. Certainly ends with a bit of a, not the way he would have expected it or wanted it to go, but leaves on the right side of things up 7-2. 5 2/3, gave up 5 hits, 2 runs across. The runner at third is his. Struck out 4, walked 3. We certainly did not think he would get this far into this game after the start to the first inning, in which he threw a lot of pitches and somehow got out of it.
And it is Joe Pace on the mound for Michigan.
And so the last time we saw Pace, he was charged with a loss. Wasn't really his fault. Gave up 2 unearned runs. But he has been one of Michigan's better relievers on the season. And so let's see if he could bail out his teammate Denner here. He'll inherit the runner at third. And Totis coming to the plate with 2 gone here in the 6th.
Pace, big strikeout pitcher, averaging about 13.5 strikeouts per 9 innings. He's got some really good stuff, and he's coming in not too much of a jam, especially given the fact that Michigan's leading by 5. But there's a runner on third base only 90 feet away from scoring. So he's putting the game with a lot of trust that he can get out of this situation and go to the bottom half of this inning with Michigan still leading by 5.
Pace has allowed just 1 earned run on the season. That came a week ago today on April 4th against Maryland, a game in which he pitched 2 1/3 innings. A strikeout machine, as we have said, 18 strikeouts in 12 innings pitched. A strikeout or any out would do the job here to prevent Ohio State from scratching its way back a little further. When you're down 6, as Ohio State was, they're now down 5 here in the 6th. You just have to chip away a bit. So they chipped themselves 1 run closer. Totis will try to do some more damage here. Bowers on at third, 2 away after the triple. Joe Pace fires in his first pitch of the afternoon. It's a breaking ball that misses for ball number 1. Totis got thrown out on the plate in his last adventure. On the fantastic relay play, he fouls off a fastball back. Bit of a velocity difference between Pace and Denner. Denner topped out about 89. Pace comfortably 92, 93. So Totis 1-2 on the day. He had a base knock against Denner his last time up. Here comes the 1-1. Skips in a breaking ball. 2-1. A lot of noise coming by way of the Ohio State dugout. Here comes the 2-1. Yanked foul down the third base side. Ricochets off the sidewall into left field. Will Flores will come and scoop it up.
And on deck for Ohio State is Seymour, who's 2 for 2 on the day and has done a lot of the damage for this Ohio State lineup.
Seymour has hit 2 scorchers toward the left side. If you're Michigan, you don't want to face him here. Rather face him leading off the next inning. And that pitch is in there. Strike 3 called. Joe Pace struts off the mound, gets Totis looking to retire the side. Totis has some words for the home plate umpire after that one, but a fantastic job by Joe Pace coming in and making sure that runner from third does not get in to close the book on Denner and send us to the bottom of the 6th with Michigan up 7-2.
And they will, in fact, face Seymour leading off at the start of the next inning. Michigan has got 1, 2, and 3 up to start this inning.
That'll be Rogers, Molfetta, and Mazer against the Buckeyes here as Michigan looks to tack on some more runs, already up 7-2. Looks like Ohio State will keep en route, who had his fair share of difficulty in relief of Smith in the last Michigan frame. The Wolverines have scored in 3 consecutive innings. Got 2 in the 3rd to get on the board, tacked on another in the 4th, and then the big 4-run 5th, highlighted by what started it, a bomb off the bat of Molfetta to left field. And that's why we're up 7-2 right now here in the 6th. Michigan on the day, 8 hits on those 7 runs. Ohio State with 5 hits for 2 runs. The rain has subsided. Clouds are coming back. We'll see how long we could stave off the rain for. So Jordan Rogers steps to the dish. Rogers had an RBI single his last time up. Also got caught stealing to end the fourth. 1 for 3 on the day. The center fielder, right-handed hitter, steps in. Here comes the first pitch. Off-speed pitch over for a strike, 0-1. Rogers up to 270 on the season. Gets ready for the 0-1 from Root. Here it comes. Lays off a breaking ball, 1-1. Rogers began playing full-time a couple weeks back after Christian Bullock went down with turf toe, and he stepped in perfectly. A spark plug up atop Michigan's lineup. See if he could get something going for the Wolverines here. Takes a big rip and fouls it straight back to the screen, 1-2.
As you said, a spark plug for Michigan. Whenever he's leading off an inning, whether it be a game or an inning or whatever, he's hitting 385. So stepping in very nicely and filling that role to the best of his ability.
That'll certainly get the job done. See if he could push that average higher here. Behind in the count, 1-2. Here it comes, and he goes fishing, chases the off-speed pitch in the dirt, and Totis able to slap on the tag for out number 1. And that'll bring up Molfetta, who's had himself a day. The only way Ohio State has been able to retire him so far has been on the base paths. He was caught stealing after a single in the first, worked out a walk in the third, and then smashed a home run in the fifth. So he's up for the 4th time today, up to 345 on the season. Right-handed hitter against the right-handed throwing Root. Here's the first pitch. Watches it go by for a strike. A fastball, 0-1. Here comes the 0-1 to Molfetta, and he fishes at an off-speed pitch well out in front, chasing, and it's 0-2. Michigan up 7-2 here in the bottom of the 6th. We've avoided the brunt of the rain so far today. More to come later, but this game should be all wrapped up by then. Here comes the 0-2, lined into right field. This one hang up, diving or not diving. That one really hung up there, and coming in, making the catch for Ohio State is Oakley. So well struck, but Molfetta right into the glove of Oakley.
Good piece of hitting, just putting the ball, it was on the outside part of the plate, so just swinging the bat and letting the ball take itself where it went. And it went to right field, and I thought that was going to drop, but it just stayed up there on a line and was caught by Oakley.
So that'll bring up Mazer. Takes the first pitch inside, off speed, 1-0. 2 outs, nobody on. Michigan has scored in the last three frames. That streak in hot water here. Root has had a nice inning so far, looking to put a close to it here and retire Mazer. And Mazer chops it foul, 1-1. Last time up, Mazer was hit by a pitch, came around to score on the double by Clark Elliott. That one really opened the floodgates. That was a 2-run double. 1-1 to Mazer, fouled back to the screen, 1-2. So Root doing a nice job attacking hitters, which stands in contrast to everything Ohio State pitchers have done today. Since the rain started affecting Neely, Ohio State's pitchers, 3 of them, have had trouble finding the strike zone. But Root seems to have found something here. Ahead in the count, 1-2, looking for a 1-2-3 frame. Here comes the pitch, and it's in the dirt, 2-2. Last time Michigan went out in order was in the first. Even that came with a caveat, as Molfetta reached with a single, only to be caught stealing. So looking for their first, Ohio State looking for its first true 1-2-3 inning here. Deals the 1-2. Just got a piece of that one and went reaching for it.
I think in that first inning, Michigan came in with the same game plan as yesterday, trying to take extra bases on stolen bases, trying to steal that extra base whenever they got on base. But they got thrown out and learned quickly that's not how they were going to win this game.
Root readies for the 1-2 to Mazer. Here it comes. Breaking ball bends inside. Almost clipped Mazer on the backside. He managed to stay out of the way. It's 2-2. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Went for the off speed, and Michigan goes down in order. A strong inning by Root. We're through 6 here at Ray Fisher Stadium. The Wolverines on top, 7-2.
I believe it'll be Pace coming back out on the mound.
And it will be Pace. A strong ending to the top of the 6th for Pace. Came in with a man on third and 2 outs in relief of Denner and got that key strikeout to keep the Buckeyes from tacking on any more runs.
And obviously before Pace, there was Jacob Denner. Denner had a great day, 5 2/3 innings, only allowing 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned. Had 3 walks and 4 strikeouts, so pretty in line with his season averages there when it comes to averages per 9 for strikeouts. And he faced 24 batters, 9 flyouts, 3 groundouts. He only allowed 2 extra base hits, so he really kept this Ohio State lineup in check, and one of those extra base hits resulted in an out at the plate.
Really, we can't say enough as to the job that Denner did. Rebounding after that rough, long first inning. And now he is in line. If the bullpen can do its job, he would be in line for the victory.
And here we are in the top of the 7th inning, 8-9-1 up for Ohio State. And it is Scotty Seymour up at the plate for Ohio State starting this inning off. He has risen his batting average all the way up to 375. So we can tell it was a small sample size when he was hitting in the low 200s or high 100s.
That's quite a day. Move your batting average up by 200 points.
And Pace starts him off with a ball. It is 1-0 the count and no outs. Trying to sneak in an off-speed pitch, but no takers there. 2 balls, no strikes. Pace winds up. Here's the delivery. That one's low. 3 balls, no strikes.
Shades of Ohio State pitching here as Joe Pace has lost the strike zone facing Seymour.
Yes, and he does not want any part of Scotty Seymour.
I guess you can't blame him the way Seymour has swung the bat today.
Pace towards the plate, and that's the first strike of this inning. It is now 3 balls and 1 strike to Scotty Seymour.
If you're Pace, you just want to go right after him. Don't really want to walk anyone. You got a 5-point lead, 5-run lead. Mixing up my sports.
Pace delivers it. Fly ball into right field, pretty deep. Back goes Elliott, and that's off the wall. Elliott could not get it. Seymour rounding second. He's going to third, and he's going to end up at third. As the ball comes into the infield, Seymour starting the top of the 7th inning where he left off in his last plate appearance. He has got a single, a double, and a triple. Just a home run shy of that cycle.
Well, I think we were both surprised as to how far that ball carried. I think Elliott was as well. It looked like it was just going to be a pop-up, kept going back, and all of a sudden Elliott was feeling for the wall, and he could not make the play at the wall, and then it caromed off it all the way back into shallow right field, and the Buckeyes are in business.
Pace dealing to Irwin now. Irwin looks at a called first strike. So now Ohio State's got a runner on third base in Scotty Seymour, and their number 9 batter, Nick Irwin, who's 0 for 2 on the day, is up at the plate.
Have a day, Scotty Seymour.
Pace's delivery is low and outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. And if you would believe it or not, Scotty Seymour's batting average has risen another 70 points. He is at 444.
Well, Scotty Seymour is on, as that pitch missed. Scotty Seymour's on cycle watch next time up.
He is indeed. As you said, that pitch missed high, so it is 2 balls and 1 strike the count to Nick Irwin. Important batter to get here with the top of the lineup due up. Pace towards home, fouled off to the right side is Nick Irwin, and it is now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Let's see if Pace has the put-away pitch here to retire Irwin.
He had it last inning on Totus. See if he can recall what he did there and use it on Irwin here. He's got his sign going towards the plate. High cheese is not swung at by Irwin. Irwin resisted the temptation and held off. It is 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Ohio State dugout is getting a little boisterous after that word has been used to describe Michigan.
Irwin, fly ball into left field, peeling foul, and that is going into the bullpen of Ohio State, way out of play.
Irwin hanging tough here with Pace.
Irwin's last 2 plate appearances were a strikeout and a fly out to right field. Pace trying to make it 3 straight outs for Irwin on the day. He delivers a ground ball to the shortstop, and that is mishandled by Bertram. Tried to backhand it, but it just popped out of his glove. Scoring is Seymour, and to first base is Nick Irwin. Going to be interesting how...
Tough play on the backhand, and remember, Benjamin Sims is not out there. He left the game prior to his at-bat in the 5th inning. Not sure why. Perhaps related to that scary collision between him and Tito Flores in left field going for a pop-up. They are going to rule it an error.
Yes, they do rule that an E6 on Bertram.
So they did not rule earlier in the game when Mazer chopped it to third.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't rule that an error, which I think surprises both of us. But this one does get the E6.
Yes. So now it is a man on first with the top of the order up for Ohio State. And Michigan leading by 4. First pitch is in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes, and still nobody out after the first 2 batters in this half inning.
Joe Pace a little extra time after that one standing off the mound. Needs to regroup here quickly. This game is Ohio State's within reach.
Pace throws it high and inside. Ohio State dugout yelling at him, but he had no intention of hitting him with a man on first.
Almost nicked his jersey. Wilson did well to get out of the way on that one.
Yes, Sam Wilson is 0 for 2 on the day with a walk, and he has a 2-0 count here, trying to potentially work another one. Pace delivers, and it is a foul ball to the right side. Wilson not happy with himself as he had a good pitch to hit there. Once again, the entire right side of the infield is wide open with the shift and then Obertop, the first baseman, holding him on. Now it's going to be ball 3 on the inside part of the plate. Joe Pace falling behind this batter, Sam Wilson, for the second straight batter.
Yeah, Pace is missing with everything he's got right now. 3-1 count. Don't really know where he'll go here. Probably to his strength, to the fastball.
Pace towards the plate, high, and that's going to be ball 4. Ohio State, with runners on first and second with the heart of their order coming up. And there is action in the Michigan bullpen. Cannot tell you who it is, though. Did not catch the number.
Well, Pace did go back to the well. He went back to the fastball, and he overthrew it. Almost sailed to the backstop. And Ohio State won't go away. Here comes a meeting at the mound again. Pitching coach walking out. 2 men on, nobody out. The lead, which was once 7-1, down to 7-3 and growing all the more precarious by the pitch.
Ohio State just chipping away. They got 1 run in the 6th. So far, 1 run in the 7th. And no sign of slowing up as they have runners on first and second. Nobody out. And their 2, 3, and 4 hitters are about to be due up. Michigan pitching coach again just chatting with Joe Pace, trying to calm him down, tell him what to do here, get back to his form pre this game, pretty much, where he went 12 innings and allowed just 1 run on the season. Trying to regain that composure as Mitchell Oakley is up at the plate now. Mitchell Oakley 1 for 3 on the day with a single in that first inning, then a strikeout in the 3rd and a ground out to the shortstop in the 5th. And on the low pitch that was outside the strike zone, Oakley swings, tried to check his swing, but did not hold up. And that's going to be a strike.
But you have a pitcher who has completely lost the strike zone and pace. A bit of a head-scratching move by Oakley to be looking to swing first pitch. And it bites him.
Pace to home. That's an off-speed pitch that he just got in there easily. Oakley didn't think about taking the bat off his shoulder there, fooled by that one. No balls, 2 strikes the count. Still nobody out.
That's the sharpest breaking ball we've seen today from Pace, painting on the outside corner. Now he's in the driver's seat, 0-2.
Pace to home. Bounces in front of the plate. Runners stay at their respective bases, not on the move. Only a few steps away from the catcher Mazer, so no laser from Mazer here.
Perhaps we can break out the laser from Mazer later on.
Again, 1-2 the count. 7-3 Michigan leads. Runners on first and second. And here's the pitch. Oh, on the outside. Michigan wanted the called 3rd strike, but did not get it.
Just missed.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
And Oakley's done well to work back this count in even and almost in his favor. It's 2-2.
Pace comes set. Just working with him and Oakley here. Throws to the plate, and that's low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Really don't want to lose Oakley
No,
here.
the last thing you want to do if you're Pace is load the bases for DeZenzo, who has not swung the bat well on deck, but he is probably Ohio State's most potent threat at that 3 spot.
Yes, he and Kern, the 2 best batters on Ohio State, follow Oakley. So getting Oakley out is really number 1 priority here. And pitch coming, he swings, and that's a pop fly out of play behind home plate.
Oakley swung at ball 4. That was going to be a high fastball again, which is the same pitch he walked Wilson on.
Pace getting ready to deliver the 3-2 pitch. He's going home. Oh, a swing and a miss. What a big pitch by Pace. And Oakley headed back to the dugout after striking out for the first out of the inning.
That's a huge first out of the inning for Joe Pace. Perhaps gives him a little bit of a confidence boost as well heading into the heart of the order here with DeZenzo coming up now for the Buckeyes.
Zach DeZenzo, the number 3 batter for Ohio State, hitting .296, came into this game hitting north of 300, and has dipped below as he is 0 for 2 on the day. But he is one of their biggest threats in the batter's box. And he looks at a ball, first pitch, off speed, was a little high and inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Again, there's 1 out with runners on first and second. Nick Irwin is at second, and there's Wilson at first. DeZenzo at the plate. Joe Pace dealing on the mound. Pace to the plate, fouled off behind him by DeZenzo. Count will go up to 1-1.
Good cut by DeZenzo.
DeZenzo was right on that, fouling it right back pretty much at the net. And Pace, fortunate that DeZenzo did not get around on that because that was a pitch to hit. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Pace just working straight with DeZenzo, not really worrying about the runners on base. They're not going to do anything. As he deals the fly ball to right, back goes Elliott. He can get it, and he's got it going towards the line. Tagging up is Irwin from second, but retreating to first base is Wilson. We will have runners on the corners with 2 outs.
Nice catch on the run by Elliott, and all of a sudden Pace can get out of this inning, allowing just that 1 run if you can retire Kern, which is not an easy task.
Not at all, but Michigan pitchers have had success against Kern the past couple days. He is 0 for 3 today, hitting .338 still. So coming into this series, he was hitting near .370. So that's a good job by Michigan pitchers, really taming Ohio State's best batter.
2 flyouts and a strikeout for Kern.
Ball 1 from Pace as he delivered a high fastball. And Mazer teased, throwing back to first base to get Wilson, but Wilson retreated back with a dive and no throw from Mazer. So again, the count is 1 ball and no strikes. There are 2 outs with runners on the corners. And he delivers a fastball, line drive to the shortstop on a bounce, throws to second base, and we are out of the inning. Michigan only allows 1 run in the 7th inning. There was 1 run, a few hits, and 1 error. And Michigan goes to the bottom of the 7th inning, up 7-3.
Nice job there on the backhand. Bertram easing back and went the short way, the easy way to second. And Joe Pace settled down. First and second, nobody out after already giving up a run. And he's able to get out of it. 2-3-4, set them down 1-2-3. So Michigan just needs to get 6 more outs here, heading to the bottom of the 7th inning stretch. 6-3 on top. And right on cue, the music starts.
These Michigan bats are really the difference maker in this game. As a team, they've combined to hit .364 today, as opposed to Ohio State's .240.
8 hits on for those 7 runs. Done a nice job at the plate as well. When Neely had lost the strike zone back in the 3rd, very patient approach. Let him, if he's going to give you the free pass, let him give you the free pass. That's what they did.
And that's exactly what Michigan did yesterday against Lonsley. He had 5 walks in 4 2/3 innings and really took advantage of him on the base paths. Not able to do that today, but the difference maker has been their ability to hit with runners in scoring position. I've spoken about this a couple times earlier in this game, but hitting north of 400 with 4 hits with runners in scoring position will lead to a lot of success in baseball. And that's exactly what Michigan has done today. As Jimmy Obertop is in the batter's box for Michigan, as we are back from the 7th inning stretch. bottom half of the 7th inning. Obertop looks at the first pitch inside, scoots back. That's a ball. Pitching for Ohio State is Root still. Comes back out for his 3rd inning. Obertop had a little cut at that one, but back at the net. That is 1 ball and 1 strike now. Obertop is 2 for 3 on the day. Having a great game yesterday. He, I believe, went hitless, so really improving upon that has been big for Michigan. And that's a strike call from the umpire there. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He'll have 2 singles in the box score, but that's deceiving because one of them was 390 feet to left center.
That was a rope. But either too hardly hit and the fielder was there, or the injury we are not aware of.
True.
And that's a foul ball to the right side. Out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jimmy Obertop. Root getting ready to deal. Throws to home. And that is going to be a called 3rd strike on Jimmy Obertop, as he did not lift the bat off his shoulders on that last pitch. And Michigan has the first out, or Ohio State got their first out of the inning, I should say.
Frozen with the off-speed pitch coming across the inside half of the plate.
Cam Hart up at the plate now. Hart got out in his first plate appearance. Struck out.
And Hart is in for Sems, who seems to have left the game with an injury.
That's going to be a strike in that first pitch. No balls, 1 strike, and there is 1 out.
Have not gotten any further word on why Sems left the game.
Hart swings at a ball in a high fly ball into center field. But Kern is there and gets it easily on that block M. And that's the 2nd out of the inning. Danny Zimmerman stepping to the plate. This is his 2nd time at the plate. First time, I believe he walked.
Yep, pinch hit for Burden back in the 5th. Drew the walk on a 3-1 count.
Check swing, he did not go. That'll be ball 1. Starting up the count ahead of the pitcher is always something you want to do, and Danny Zimmerman does just that. Root fires to the plate, and that's a bouncing ball, and ball number 2. For Ohio State in the top of the 8th inning, due up is 5, 6, and 7. Right now, though, Danny Zimmerman is at the plate trying to do some damage ahead of the count, 2-0. And here's the pitch, and he swings and is a laser to left field, and that'll bounce in front of the left fielder, Seymour. And Zimmerman is on base with his first hit of the day.
Seymour froze on that one a bit. It only landed a couple feet in front of him, but he never really made an effort to make a diving catch. And so the beneficiary is Zimmerman.
Clark Elliott stepping to the plate. He is 1 for 2 with 2 RBI. He had a frozen rope double, scoring 2 earlier.
That's the big hit in this ballgame.
Root delivers, and that's going to be a ball in the left batter's box. Clark Elliott, a lefty in the right batter's box. 1 ball, no strikes. There are 2 outs with Danny Zimmerman at first base. Root starting his windup, and he delivers, and that's going to be ball number 2. Another Michigan batter ahead in the count against Root.
Root's up to 5 strikeouts, so he has that going for him.
5 of the 9 batters faced have struck out against Root. Very impressive. And there's a meeting going on at the mound right now. I believe it's the pitching coach. Right now there's a 2-ball, 0-strike count on Clark Elliott. I believe the reasoning for going out to speak to Baden Root is because both of the last two batters, including Clark Elliott, have gotten out to a 2-0 advantage in the count. So he's just got to make sure that they limit the damage, because 4 runs is way different than 5 or 6 or whatever it is.
And falling behind in the count has been a recurring theme that we've seen today on behalf of Ohio State's pitchers. Michigan has drawn 4 walks and been hit twice.
Time is called after Root steps off the rubber. Root gets back on. Stares at the catcher, gets his sign, starts his windup. And Clark Elliott holds off on swinging at ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes, and 2 outs with Danny Zimmerman standing on first base for Michigan. Root deals. Ground ball right side. Oh, misplayed by the second baseman Oakley. Wow, Clark Elliott swinging on 3-0 and a ground ball to the right side. But a bad bounce, and Bauer, the second baseman Bauer for Ohio State, unable to field it.
Well, that's what happens sometimes when you're an infielder on the outfield playing in the shift. Just got a bad hop, ate him up, skipped on by him, and Michigan in business here looking for more. Men on the corners, 2 down, and Tito Flores coming to the plate.
Tito Flores, 0 for 1 on the day. Does have an RBI and a run, however. And time is called. Another meeting at the mound, potentially this time a pitching change, as there's someone up in the bullpen for Ohio State. He's looking towards the bullpen, and he motions the left-hander to come in the game.
Waiting to see how they are going to rule that ball struck by Elliott.
I believe they called it a hit.
Yes, it seems you're right.
It was a tough play, tough bounce, ranging to his left.
Yeah.
And he let the ball
Wet
attack
grass.
him. He did not attack the ball.
Right.
Interesting, though, for the 7-hitter in the lineup to have a green light on 3-0.
Yeah, I was not expecting that, but worked out. You know, you have a 4-run lead. You can play around a little bit, I guess.
Yes.
Flores is 0 of 1 on the day with a sac fly. Let's check on the new pitcher for Ohio State. Trying to read the jersey number. It's a southpaw.
It is number 38, Patrick Murphy.
So lefty on lefty here with Flores at the dish. So Murphy on the year, 3-0, a 2.81 ERA, 16 innings. Opponents hitting .254 against him. So respectable numbers for Murphy.
This Michigan lineup is full of right-handed batters. Interesting to bring in a lefty. Doesn't really work with the matchups, but Michigan's lineup has had success against right-handed pitchers today, so matchups go out the window.
The rain is still held off. Although it's expected to begin soon. We'll see what happens. We're in the bottom of the 7th, so we still have.
Oh, wow. 90% chance of rain at 3 and 100% chance at 4.
We'll see what happens with this one.
Well, it is an official game.
Right.
That is for sure. With Tito Flores stepping to the plate in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Michigan leading 7-3 with runners on first and third. Ohio State trying to get out of this inning with just a 4-run deficit, but Tito Flores trying to make it a 5, 6, or even a 7-run lead for Michigan. And Murphy checks on the runner at first. Elliott able to get back easily. Patrick Murphy gets his sign, gets set. Looking at the runner on first, goes towards the plate. Elliott's running. Ground ball to the left side. Ground fielded by the third baseman. Delivers it to first. Irwin to Pohl. And Pohl grabs it. And that is it for Michigan's half of the inning. There were 2 hits. 1 run scored. No runs scored. Michigan leading 7-3 as we head to the top of the 8th inning.
It's a nice play at third. Irwin was well positioned, hugging the line right next to the bag, made the backhanded scoop and made it look easy, firing across the diamond to retire the side and keep Ohio State in this ball game. It's a 4-run game as we head to the top of the 8th. I believe we have a new pitcher here for Michigan. Willie Weiss, I believe, is on the mound. And the fan that just screamed Willie confirms that.
And I do see the rain starting to come down now.
So we'll see what happens with the rain. Willie Weiss pitched to a 1.86 ERA on the season so far. 16 strikeouts and 43 batters he has faced. He has been dominant. And he'll look to get a quick inning here for Michigan. 6 outs away if they can hold on, taking this rubber match against the Buckeyes. Ohio State won on Friday. Michigan rebounded nicely yesterday with a 7-0 shutout. And today also they have 7 runs, up 7-3. So looking at who Ohio State has going here, Polbauer and Totis. That's 5, 6, 7 in the Buckeye order. Willie Weiss has finished his warm-up tosses. He's ready.
Rocking those goggles. Or specs, I should say.
It is a look. Whatever works, I guess. So Pohl is at the dish, left-handed hitter against a righty throwing Willie Weiss. Shift on against Pohl, 3 infielders on the right side of the infield. First pitch by Weiss, a fastball, a dart down the middle, 0-1.
92 on the gun. Looks a lot faster than that number.
Yeah, it did look faster. I guess comparable to what Pace was throwing. Here comes the 0-1. Goes for the breaking ball. Just missed off the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pohl is 0 for 3 at the dish today. Did reach on a fielder's choice and came around to score in the 6th. Here comes the 1-1 to Weiss. That one rises high. 2-1. Outfield straight away and relatively shallow against Pohl. Weiss steals the 2-1, and it's a high pop-up. Shading back behind the second base bag is Bertram, easing back onto the outfield grass, and he makes the one-handed catch for the first out of the inning. So Weiss gets his first man, and that'll bring up Bauer, the second baseman. Scorched a triple to right center field that should have been a single, but got by Rogers on the bounce. Right-handed hitting Second baseman. First pitch by Weiss. Just missed. 1-0. Weiss is 1-0. Swing and a miss. Way out in front of the breaking ball. It's 1-1.
Pulled a string on that one. Really nice pitch by Weiss.
Nice job mixing the fastball with the off-speed stuff so far early into his outing. Here comes the 1-1. Fastball just missed. The fans here wanted that one, and it's 2-1.
Weiss has got a lot of movement in his motion. Looks like he puts a lot of effort in his pitches, and it's big for his off-speed pitches because he's not tipping them, doing the same thing.
Grounder rolled over to short. Bertram coming in on the in-between. Hop the throw on the run for out number 2.
Nice play by Bertram, making up for his last misplay when he took over for Sems. And that's not an easy play. As Bauer, not too slow of a player himself.
So Willie Weiss, 2 up, 2 down so far in the top of the 8th. That'll bring up Chotis. He's 1 for 3. Was thrown out on the plate on a fantastic relay back in the 4th. Weiss's first pitch swung on and popped up a mile high. Mazer back for a look. He sheds the mask near the Ohio State dugout. He makes the catch. That just stayed in play by a matter of inches. And what a dominant frame by Willie Weiss. 1, 2, 3, sit down. And we're heading to the bottom of the 8th with the Wolverines up 7-3. And perhaps most importantly, a quick frame is good for the rain, which appears imminent but is yet to start. So now the Wolverines will go to bat in the bottom of the 8th, 3 outs away from victory.
And something else that had just happened by getting that last out was you avoid facing Seymour with a runner on base.
And that is very important. Seymour is 3 for 3. The cycle watch. He's got a single, then a double, then a triple, all in order also. So that'll be on in the top of the 9th. We have a new pitcher for Ohio State. Trying to see who it is. I think it's number 26, which would be Nate Harbathier. He's got a 2.45 ERA. Across 3 2/3 innings pitched on the season.
Something that pops out to me, though, is that opponent's batting average. 389. In 3 2/3 innings, he's allowed 7 hits.
And so against Harbathier, Michigan will have Bertram, who came into the day as the hottest hitter, although has been quieted so far. 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch. And then they'll turn it over to the top of the order with Rogers, Molfetta, and then if anyone gets on, the 3-hitter Mazer. One more warm-up pitch upcoming for Harbathier. Michigan up 7-3 in the bottom of the 8th. The Wolverines' offense has been clicking all day with 10 hits. Some big ones as well. A double off the bat of Elliott, a home run by Molfetta, and a long 390-foot single by the bopping Jimmy Obertop. So Riley Bertram leads off the bottom of the 8th. He's 0-1 on the day, has come around to score. Bertram entered the day 4-7 on the series, coming off a 3-4. 3 ribeye performance yesterday. The infield, a double play death. Third base pinched in against Bertram, who takes a first pitch outside, a fastball, 1-0. Outfield shallow and straight away for the left-handed hitting Bertram. Takes it down the middle, 1-1.
At this point, any insurance run that Michigan can get is just a cherry on top.
Let's see if Bertram could get something started. The 1-1 takes it low, comes in on a hop. It's 2-1. It'll be Bertram, then Rogers, then Molfetta for the Wolverines here in the last of the 8th. Comes the 2-1. Slapped into left field toward the line. That's going to get down for a base hit, and it'll head all the way to the wall. Bertram rounds first. He's into second with a stand-up lead-off double.
What a piece of hitting by Bertram. Just lined that one over the third baseman's head into left field. And the left fielder, Seymour, unable to even have a shot at getting him at second base as Bertram was in there standing.
So Michigan looking for some more insurance runs, already with a 4-run lead, trying to tack on some more.
Their success with runners in scoring position has been well documented today.
Rogers has done that himself back in the 4th, an RBI single that he dunked into right field. Right field was wide open. Bauer at second, close to the second base bag. Holding on the runner. This is the first pitch, skips in low in the dirt, 1-0. So if he could shoot it the other way.
Yeah, something you're looking for here from Rogers is just situational hitting. Just hit it to the right side and advance the runner to third. At this point, you're just trying to manufacture a run to get an added run of insurance.
And Molfetta, the big hitter, is on deck. Here comes the 1-0 to Rogers. Chopper to third. And it's going to get by the third baseman. Bertram takes a hard turn. He'll hold there. Charging in at third was Irwin. It was going to be a tough play with the speed of Rogers. It was a Baltimore chop, and he came in, Irwin did, on the backhand, and could not make the play. And now Michigan's got runners on the corners with nobody out for the red-hot Christian Molfetta.
Nice job by Bertram running from second base. He was on the move, on contact, even those to the left side. But the third baseman, Irwin, was too far. He was charging too far up to even have a shot at tagging Bertram running from second. And so Bertram was safe, and good decision not to run home.
Right.
As DeZenzo got it behind third base, and then first base, obviously Rogers was able to get in there.
Took a wide turn. Now here's Molfetta. First pitch lays off. It's low, a breaking ball, 1-0. Speed on the bases with Bertram on at third and Rogers on at first. Molfetta, then Mazer.
And it looks like Rogers on that last one was wanting to steal, but didn't get a great jump, so he retreated back to first base.
He was caught stealing back to end the 4th. Totis behind the plate has thrown out 2 Wolverines today. He is going. Here's the pitch. It's ripped into left field. That's down for a base hit. Bertram will score, flying around second and into third. Sliding is Rogers. He's in safely. It's an RBI base knock for Christian Molfetta. And Michigan tacks on another run. It's 8-3.
Wow, Molfetta has just been amazing for Michigan these past 2 days with the home run yesterday and then a few hits today in the RBIs and the home run today and that hit right there. He's just seeing the ball so well.
And Rogers, as you predicted, was running on the pitch, and that afforded him to go from first to third on a single to left. You don't see that every day. So here is Griffin Mazer.
Curious to see if Molfetta tries to do the same thing.
Rogers dancing off a third. Here's the pitch, and he went around. First base umpire saying Mazer did not check his swing, so it's strike 1.
Rogers likes to do that, dance in the peripheral eyesight of the pitcher. He's on third base now for the righty pitcher, and a few innings ago he was on first base for the lefty pitcher and did the same thing.
Runners at the corners, nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th, and a throw over to first to check on Molfetta. He's back in standing. Mazer 1 for 3 on the day with an RBI. Got hit by a pitch back in the 5th, singled in the 3rd. Here's the pitch. Big swing and a foul down the right field side and over the Ohio State dugout out of play. So Mazer has fallen quickly into an 0-2 hole. Obertop looming on deck. One run already across in the inning for Michigan. via the Molfetta RBI single. Mazer looking to do some more damage, but first a throw over to first. So Harbathier has faced 3 batters. He has given up 3 hits. Looking for his first out here, trying to make Mazer the victim. The clouds behind us are rolling in. Harbathier at the belt. And another throw over to check on first. This one a little closer. Molfetta froze for a second, but he is in.
So that opponent batting average against Haberthier is really holding to form.
Skyrocketing. See if Harbathier can right the ship. 0-2 the count to Mazer. Here it comes. Low in the dirt. Ball 1.
And it did look like Molfetta on first base was trying to get a jump to go steal, but did not get a good jump, so he retreated. Interesting to do that with 2 strikes. Potential strike him out, throw him out situation for Ohio State.
And nobody out. Runners on the corners. 1-2 the count to Mazer. Harbathier delivers. Here it comes. Fastball just missed. And it's 2-2. Harbathier is really laboring out there. Rogers leads off third. Molfetta off on first. Mazer at the dish. Harbathier at the belt. Here comes the 2-2. Reach for, chop toward the middle. And it goes through to Zenzo into center field, a base hit. Rogers in to score. Molfetta lumbers to third. He's in. It's an RBI base knock by Griffin Mazer that stuck through the middle of the infield. And it's 9-3,
And
Michigan.
Molfetta, it looks like he's injured. He was hobbling to third base.
He was not running well.
Not at all.
And the third base coach is pointing to the back of the leg as if the hamstring, and he is walking off gingerly. We're going to get a pinch runner here for Molfetta as the crowd has fallen silent. Brandon Lawrence, the freshman, will pinch run, and Molfetta limps down the stairs with a lot of concern. So Michigan has now lost Molfetta and Sems today. Updates, I'm sure, will be coming from Michigan after the game. Runners at the corners here, 9-3, nobody out. Here's Obertop. First pitch swinging, hits it to the right side of the infield. Bauer botches the play. It scoots into right field. Obertop is aboard. Another run comes in to score. And Michigan has put up double digits. It's 10-3.
They just keep the wheels turning, and even when Haberthier thinks he's going to get an out on a ground ball, it just doesn't go his way.
That was a bit of a squibber, and Obertop hit it. They were playing that shift on him, and Bauer was able to get to it. But then on the transfer, glove to hand, just completely butchered it.
And Obertop not running well as well with his injury, or his potential injury.
A lot of banged up, and Obertop is now going to come out of the game. It looks to be okay. More of a situation where Michigan is up 7. We'll get him out and get a faster runner in. And it'll be Christian Bullock, the 5th-year player.
Three runs scored in this inning with 2 runners on. There's yet to be an out recorded.
And Cam Hart, who replaced the injured Benjamin Sems, is at the dish. Hart, first pitch swinging at the breaking ball, waits on it, but fouls it back. Mazer on at second. Bullock, the pinch runner, on at first. Nothing in 1 to Hart. That curveball snaps over for a strike. 0-2.
Nice job by Haberthier, just getting ahead of the count this time for this batter in Cam Hart, as he hasn't really done that with the past few batters. He's faced 5 batters, 4 have gotten a hit, and 1 has reached on an error.
Arbithier ahead in the count, 0-2. Mazer leading off second. Here's the pitch, outside, off speed, 1-2. Bullock also on at first. Michigan up 10-3. If the Wolverines can seal the deal here, this would be a crucial victory for them. They would take the 3-game series against the Buckeyes. The offensive onslaught today, 7 runs yesterday and a shutout. Solid pitching today as well. Comes the 1-2 to Hart. Roped into left field. That's down for a base hit. Flying around third and Mazer. He'll come in to score. It's 11-3 Wolverines. An RBI base hit for Cam Hart. His first hit of the season is a big one, and the lead is up to 8. Well, Michigan, when it rains, it pours for Michigan and for Ohio State. The runs just keep on coming.
This is Michigan's second inning where they've scored 4 runs. And they have no outs.
If you're Ohio State, how long do you run with Arbithier here? And on cue, can't tell if this is the pitching coach or the manager. Taking a look down at the bullpen door, I don't really see anyone moving. So Arbithier has given up in order a double, a single, a single, a single, fallen victim to a E4 and given up another single. That's about as rough as it gets.
And there is a pitching change.
So a bit of a delayed pitching change, but Arbithier's disastrous afternoon is over. We'll wait to see as he jogs in from the mound who is coming in on the Buckeye side. Well, the music is really targeted at Arbithier here. Seems as if it's Joe Gamm in for Ohio State. Has made 9 appearances on the air, yet to give up a run. He'll just be asked to get a few quick outs here for Ohio State. The game pretty much well out of reach. So Joe Gamm, the pitcher, Michigan with a 4 spot here in the bottom of the 8th and primed for more. The lead up to 8, 11-3 the total. 15 hits on the docket for Michigan so far. 2 base runners still out there for the Wolverines. Danny Zimmerman due up. Clark Elliott to follow, and then Tito Flores in the hole.
Every batter in this Michigan lineup has contributed today.
Top to bottom, a full team performance offensively for Michigan with those 15 hits. Rogers has 2, Molfetta has 3, Mazer is 2, Obertop is 2, Sem's got 1, Hart got 1, Zimmerman has 1, Elliott has 2, Bertram has 1. Up and down. So Gamm is ready. Zimmerman is in the dish. Bullock leads off of second. Hart on at first. Gamm delivers the first pitch. Off speed, missing 1-0.
Once again, an Ohio State relief pitcher starting out with a ball.
Maybe it's a rule they have. 1-0. 2-0.
The theme continues.
If the theme is to still continue, this would be a strike. I feel like most have gone to 2-1. Let's see what happens. Gom digging himself a hole. Runners on second and first, nobody out. Zimmerman at the dish. Here comes the 2-0. Ripped deep to left field. This one is high. It is far. It is gone. A 3-run bomb off the bat of Danny Zimmerman. If this one wasn't already wrapped up, it is now. A 3-run blast for Zimmerman. It's 14-3 Michigan in the 8th.
Wow, off the bat, you knew that one was just crushed. I said that he had pop earlier this game. I didn't know he had that kind of pop.
An absolute blast.
Michigan doubling their score in this inning alone.
Seymour in left started to trot back and then just stopped dead in his tracks and watched that thing sail over the brick monster. And talk about a rude greeting for Gom, and that closes the book. Probably closes the book on the game, but it closes the book on Harbathier, who gives up 6 runs, 5 of them earned, didn't retire a batter. What a blast for Zimmerman.
And you were correct with your prediction that that would be a strike.
I guess I was. It was just grooved right down the middle. Gom gets that breaking ball over to even up the count to Elliott. It's 1-1.
And still no outs.
Talk about an offensive onslaught for Michigan in the game and in this inning alone. Elliott fouls it straight back 1-2. If you're Ohio State, you just want Gom to get outs to get out of here, both before the weather and away from this field, the way this game is going today. Gom ahead in the count, 1-2. Trying to get the first out of the inning. Popped up foul, straight back. Out of play. Elliott, the 8th batter of the inning. Michigan will bat around. Flores on deck. And then Bertram, who started things off with a double to left. 1-2, chop to first, foul. Just foul down the line. And we'll do that again.
And here comes the rain as well.
And that begs the question as to how much longer this game continues. One and two. Elliott pokes it foul on the left field side, out of play. Gom looking for his first out. A hand the count 1-2 on Elliott. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Went with the off-speed pitch. And finally, Ohio State retires a batter in this frame. Couldn't get down the first 7, but the 8th does the trick. Here comes Tito Flores for Michigan. If you're just joining us, well, you missed a lot. 14-3, Michigan is on top. They've scored 7 runs in this frame alone. Gom's first pitch to Flores. He lines it into left field. That's down for a base hit, just over the outstretched arm of DeZenzo. And Tito Flores was the only Michigan starter without a hit, and he makes sure to join the party. So that'll bring up Bertram, who, as I mentioned, started this monstrous inning with a double to left. Gom has come in relief of Harbathier, hasn't been able to stop the bleeding. Surrendered the 3-run homer to Zimmerman in the first batter he faced. Able to get 1 out with the strikeout of Elliott, and then gave up the single just now to Flores. 1-0 is the count to Bertram, who's 1 for 2 on the day, scored twice. And Gom steps off as he watches Flores ease back to first. Gom readies, delivers the 1-0. Missed it. Low and outside, 2-0. Seems as if the rain has subsided. Can't really tell. Maybe still a little bit, but manageable. Gom's 2-0. Did he check his swing? He did not go around.
They just asked an umpire on the opposite side of second base if he went when the home plate umpire has a better view.
And I almost think the home plate umpire pointed to third before realized that no one was there. So it's 3-0 to Bertram. Flores leads off first. Over for a strike.
I'm sure at this point the umpires probably are pretty tired and want to go home. They don't want to sit in this rain. And
3 hours, 25 minutes into this one. 3-1. Fouled back toward us. Did not hear where that one landed. But Gom has battled back, and the count is full.
Also, after this inning, Michigan hitting near 500 on the day.
Quite the performance. 17 hits. That one's fouled straight back to the screen. So we'll do the 3-2 again. Flores on at first after his 1-out base knock. 3-2 the count. Gom delivers. Missed high. Ball 4. And the inning continues. Bring up Jordan Rogers. Rogers reached on an infield single to third. Misplayed by Irwin at the hot corner. Came around to score. 2 batters later. Gom sends in the first pitch to Rogers. Breaking ball in the dirt, 1-0. 14-3 to score. Michigan on top. They've scored 7 runs in this 8th inning alone, and we're only a third of the way through. And that pitch sails over the head of Rogers. An off-speed pitch that got away from him. 2-0.
So are you saying you're predicting a 21-run inning?
I mean, that would be a little zany. I think I was getting at is we're only 1 out in.
I know.
But you can put me on the record for a 21-run inning. Why not? I mean, at this rate, there's a strike. I was going to say, I mean, if Gom can't get the job done for Ohio State, what do? Do you just leave him out to dry and let him go until he finally gets 2 more outs?
Oh, I don't know. I think, well, actually, someone just got up in the Ohio State bullpen.
So there we go.
I guess that's your answer, but I think you can let him work out of any jam he puts himself into, and then if Michigan puts another 3 on the board,
right,
then you bring in the guy in the bullpen.
Yep. 2-2 the count to Rogers. Gom came in relief of Harbathier, who couldn't record an out, but did give up 6 runs. Here's the 2-2 in the dirt, ball 3. To think how things might have gone differently if the rain did not totally throw Neely off and force him to lose control of the strike zone back in the 3rd. 3-2 to Rogers. He took it. It's inside. Ball 4. Another free pass, and the bases are juiced. And coming up for Michigan is Brandon Lawrence, the freshman, who replaced Christian Molfetta running the bases. Was that this inning?
That was this inning. And you hear this Michigan dugout going crazy because Brandon Lawrence, on this season has 1 plate appearance, and it is a home run.
Whoa.
And his first
Are
career
you saying
at bat.
are you saying we'll see another home run here?
I don't know. I may be. Statistically speaking, you should
The
get a home run.
statistics would tell us we should be expecting a home run. And I believe we have a pitching change.
Yes, we do.
Gom did not. I guess Gom fared better than Harbor Theory because he got 1 out.
Yes.
But he did not stop the bleeding. And so the rough day for the Ohio State bullpen gets all the more difficult. Let's see who the Buckeyes called in this time. 14-3 the score. Michigan has already plated 7 runs in the inning. The bases are juiced. There's only 1 out. And thrown right into the fire is... We'll leave you in suspense. We're still trying to figure out who this is. Seems like it might be number 15, Tyler Keene. 3.38 ERA on the year, but he's only gotten 8 outs in total. So Tyler Keene thrown into the fire. The rain is coming down harder now.
And you see on the scoreboard, Brandon Lawrence, batting average 1,000. 1 home run, 1 RBI, 1 hit.
It also says 26 strikeouts, but I'm going to venture to say that's a mistake.
That would be quite the number.
It would seem to contradict the 1,000 batting average
Yes.
also. But so Lawrence will get a shot. 5'10" freshman infielder from California.
And as you said, the rain is coming down now.
Michigan dugout doesn't seem bothered by it.
Oh,
Probably
not at all.
because
They're
they have
already drenched.
and they have 17 hits. On the other hand, the Ohio State looks more like what a dugout would look like with pouring rain. So Kane is done with his warm-up tosses. Here comes the aforementioned Lawrence. The bases are loaded. Rogers is on at first. Flores is on at third. And Bertram is on at second. Lawrence, left-handed swinger against a right-handed Kane. His 1,000 batting average is at stake. First pitch swinging, shoots it foul down the left field side, well into the parking lot. Again, watch out for your cars.
And he does already have a run scored today.
Right, he entered as a pinch runner in this inning, as we forgot, because it's been so long for Molfetta. 0-1 the count. Kane readies. Here it comes. It's low, 1-1. The rain. I think we've reached the point where the rain is not going to go away.
I believe you are correct.
One and
Yes.
one.
Rain for the next hour.
There we go. Well, this inning might still be going at that rate. 1-1 to Lawrence. Skipped into the plate. That one hopped before even it reached the dirt. 2-1. Shades of Neely, who could not grip the baseball earlier and lost total control. 2-1 the count to Lawrence, whose 1,000 batting average on the season is at stake. Bases are loaded. Flores on at third, Bertram off second, and Rogers on first. Lawrence the lefty against Kane the righty. Here it comes. High and tight. Ball 3. Nice job by Lawrence just to check his swing. So Lawrence in the driver's seat. Kane has nowhere to put him. Here comes the 3-1. It's slow, ball 4, and Ohio State walks in a run.
And that 1,000 batting average stays intact.
Most importantly. Flores comes in to score. Everyone else moves up a base. And this nightmare of an inning for Ohio State has no end in sight. Comes Griffin Mazur, singled back in the 8th. Oh, wait, it is the 8th. He singled and now looking for more with the bases loaded.
And I think we forgot to note that the relief pitcher started with 2 balls.
Right, which always happens.
Yes.
Here's Mazur. First pitch from Kane. Went around. The home plate umpire didn't even bother to ask this time because you know he wants to get out of here. So it's 0-1. Bertram off third, Rogers off second, and Lawrence off of first. 0-1 the count to Griffin Mazur, who's 2 for 4 in the day. Already driven in 2 runs. Breaking ball in the dirt. 1-1.
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually just call this game with the rain.
I kind of agree with you. That's probably the right move. 1-1 to Mazur, lifted foul into the seats down the first base side. Obertop on deck. He reached on an error in this inning.
Bullock took his place on the bases.
True. So it's Bullock. I bet you Eric Bakich didn't expect that turn in order to come up again.
No.
So Christian Bullock is on deck, left-handed hitter. But for now, it's Mazur. Here comes the 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. Mazur, the 13th batter of the inning, 8 runs already in. 3 more potentially out on the base paths. 1 away here in the bottom of the 8th. Kane at the belt. Here comes the 2-2 to Mazur. It rides high. Ball 3. And the Buckeyes in danger of walking in another run. 3 straight Michigan hitters have walked. Mazur looking to make it 4. Kane desperate for out number 2 of this inning. Rain coming down harder now. Comes the 3-2 to Mazur. Fouled off down the right field side out of play. Went after him with the fastball. Comes the 3-2 to Mazur. It's low. Ball 4. The 4th consecutive Michigan batter has walked. The 9th run of the inning comes in to score. The lead is 13. The score 16-3. So here is Christian Bullock.
Ohio State has someone warming up in the bullpen.
No. I refuse to allow Ohio State to make another pitching change. Just let Kane ride or die on the mound. 2 outs, that's all he needs. 16-3. First pitch to Bullock, fouls it off his foot. That looked painful. He'll try to trot it off, 0-1. So Ohio State finally gets ahead of a batter. That hasn't happened in a while. Bases are loaded. It's Rogers on at third, Lawrence at second, and on at first is Mazur. All 3 of them walked. 0-1 to Bullock. Down the middle, 0-2. The Buckeyes could taste it now. One more out, and then they'll be at out number 2 of the inning. 16-3, Michigan on top. They've hung a 9 spot. Crooked number in the bottom of the 8th. Bullock behind in the count, 0-2. Here it comes. Check swing, doesn't matter. Strike 3 called. He punched him out, and that's out number 2 of the inning. That'll bring up Cam Hart. Did not start this game. Came in the 5th inning for Sems, who appeared to have left with an injury. Hart's got 3 at-bats and has notched his first hit of the season earlier in this inning. Hart's the 15th batter of the frame. First pitch way upstairs, 1-0 on a fastball.
This inning started with Bertram at the plate, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Double down the left field line.
I was wondering if anyone's going to get 3 at-bats this inning.
Well, it's possible. I mean, at this rate, as it's 2-0 again. So between Hart and Bertram, we have Zimmerman, who had the 3-run blast, Elliott, who struck out, and Flores, who looped it into left field for a base hit. As the rain picks up, 2-0. The count to Cam Hart. Bases loaded. Here comes the pitch. Foul straight back to the screen. A good cut. Two and one to Hart. Right down the middle of strike, 2-2. And the Buckeyes are 1 strike away from getting out of this inning without surrendering double-digit runs. 16-3 to score in the last of the 8th. Two to Hart in the dirt. Ball 3. And the count is run full. Here comes the 3-2 from Kane to Hart. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the inning comes to an end. But not before Michigan strikes for 9 runs to just blow this game open. It's 16-3 heading to the top of the 9th.
The umpire just said 5 more to Dakich. I don't know.
What does 5 more mean?
I don't know what 5 more means. Maybe he has 5 more balls, 5 more minutes.
Batters. A lot of options, and none of them seem to make much sense.
Yes. Maybe he wants 5 more balls.
That was probably it. Who's Michigan brought on here? A left-hander. It appears that it is
Or 39.
which would be
Connor O'Halloran.
a freshman from Ontario.
In a stress-free situation.
Hopefully a clean inning.
It's a nice opportunity for him to get some time. With the 7.36 ERA, I'm sure he wouldn't be put into a tight, close game situation. But given the fact that Michigan is leading by 13 runs, he gets the opportunity to work in a simulated game format, I guess.
last time out against Maryland on the 5th. They gave up 3 runs in 2/3 of an inning in that 17-7 loss.
And for Ohio State, if you can remember who the next batter is, it is Seymour. It was a while ago that Totis got out, but up for Ohio State is the cycle watch for
Yes.
Scotty Seymour.
Now this. Seymour looking for the in-order cycle, as he has singled, doubled, and then tripled.
And O'Halloran pitching to Seymour. First pitch is inside for a ball low. 1 ball, no strikes, and nobody out. Again, Michigan leading this one 16-3 after putting up 9 in the 8th inning. O'Halloran's second offering is up in the zone. Outside of the zone, I should say. Above the zone. 2 balls, no strikes. I would hope that Michigan also doesn't struggle with their command in this top half of the 9th inning.
Hopefully,
And that's a strike.
I would say in an ideal world, we get a Seymour home run for the cycle, and then 3 outs on 3 pitches.
Yes, exactly. O'Halloran's fourth offering, fouled back by Seymour. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He evened up the count there. O'Halloran looking for his first strikeout of the day and his first batter faced of the day. And the pitch coming, and that's a ball. The count is now full.
Let's see if Seymour gets a pitch to hit. Could be a little harder to hit one out in the rain, the wind.
Looks like the rain is coming towards the batter's box from the outfield.
It's got to be unpleasant.
And wind up, here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the right side. We will do it again.
If you're Seymour, I would suggest swinging at everything, even if it's a ball, because you don't want to go down with a walk. You want to at least get a hack in.
There's 0 chance that Ohio State comes back in this game, so might as well get the individual accolades. And he swings on an inside pitch, just as you say, as he's like scooting back to avoid getting hit. And he strikes out swinging.
Seymour could have gotten hit by that pitch if he wanted. It was like a golf swing, but he thought exactly what we were thinking. You're a homer shy of the cycle. Don't go to first on a walk. Credits to Seymour.
Yes, respect.
Yes.
And Nick Irwin, the number 9 hitter in this Ohio State batting order, is up at the plate. Oh, scratch that. Nolan Clegg is pinch hitting.
Changes are just everywhere. We've lost track. This game is off the rails.
They had to keep Seymour in, though, for that cycle.
Yes.
First pitch from O'Halloran is a ball outside. The count is 1 ball, no strikes. There is 1 out on that strikeout of Seymour. And O'Halloran's second delivery is in there for a foul ball right back to the net from Clegg. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. O'Halloran looking down, gets a sign, starts to wind up, and delivers, and it is a ball above the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike. Rain is still coming down pretty heavily. If you're still with us, I applaud you. Long game, 3 hours and 49 minutes.
And still going.
And still going.
And
And
yet,
that's ball 3 on the inside.
And yet the umpire refusing to call borderline pitches strikes.
Yes. Which is respectable because he's not trying to get out of here.
To an extent, respectable.
Yes, 3-1 the count. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and driven down the left side. Third base umpire says foul. It is now a full count.
See, he wants to get out of here. Although that was foul.
And I just want to talk about some Michigan hitting statistics again. I've been speaking about the runners in scoring positions. Runners in scoring position statistic. Michigan was 9 of 18 in that category. When you do that, it's not hard to score 16 runs.
17 hits, 16 runs. That's a pretty good day.
O'Halloran's offering is up, and that is ball 4. Ohio State has a base runner.
Is there anything more frustrating if you're Eric Bakich than your pitcher walks a batter up 13 runs in the 9th inning?
Well, Ohio State has a pulse.
This
Not
is
really.
if this is the beginning of an Ohio State comeback, we will be here till 6 p.m.
I would hope that does not happen. And Sam Wilson stepping into the box. Oh, just kidding. Another pinch hitter. It is Hughes into the box for Ohio State as he looks at a ball that enters the right batter's box. Hughes on the left batter's box as he is a righty.
O'Halloran here is pulling a bit of a kneelie. The rain has caused him to lose the strike zone.
Yes. Aaron Hughes at the plate. He has not had a hit this season as he looks at the second pitch there, which is a ball. 2-0 the count.
I think this game should have been called.
Yeah, I
These
agree.
are not conditions you can play a baseball game in, and the outcome is not in question.
Yes.
There is no purpose to play these final 2 outs out.
Are they going to call it right now?
Well, that would be magically on cue. But it looks like they're just bringing out a towel. The home plate umpire is proving to be a little stubborn here.
I thought that they were going to call it when Michigan was up 15-3 with the bases loaded after a walk.
At the least, it would have made sense to call it in between, like just end it
Yes.
after 8. I mean, Ohio State is apologize to any Buckeye fans listening here, but it's not going to come back. There's no point. The rain is not going to let up. It's only going to worsen.
Yeah.
It's clearly affecting O'Halloran.
O'Halloran with the offering. Oh, and Hughes tried to check his swing, but he did not. So that is the first strike of the at-bat. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Man on first.
Home plate umpire didn't even want to check down that time.
O'Halloran pitches, and that is up and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. I would not say that anyone is up in the Michigan bullpen. I don't think anyone's up. I think this is O'Halloran's game.
To lose.
Yeah. And it would take a long time to lose.
So he does have the towel. He did just go to the towel behind the mound. Have not seen that before. Let's see if it works.
O'Halloran pitches.
It
And
did
that
work.
is a strike.
It
3
did
to
work.
the count. The count is full. I think each of these batters, each of the 3 batters that O'Halloran has faced have had a full count.
Just what you want. Let's see. He went back to the towel again.
O'Halloran pitches to Hughes. Hughes, oh my God. Well, that's a strikeout, but his bat went beyond the third base, went down the third base line, beyond third base, and almost hit the third base coach.
Again, why you should not be playing in this weather. Not
Yes.
only can the pitcher not grip the ball properly, it's probably very difficult for the batter to hold on to the bat.
Yeah.
But an eventful strikeout.
And we still have a starter coming to the plate for Ohio State as Mitchell Oakley steps up to the box.
A warrior.
Now there are 2 outs. Runner on first. Mitchell Oakley at the plate. O'Halloran deals. Oh my, did he hit him? He hit him.
Again, why you should not be playing in this weather. They can't grip the ball, so it gets away with him and he gets hit.
No balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. And another starter, Zach DeZenzo, coming to the plate.
Hitless on the day.
It is really coming down here.
Yeah.
Like water bouncing off the ground coming down. High, bouncing off the ground high. O'Halloran pitches. DeZenzo watches, and that's a ball. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Another towel.
I
Okay,
mean,
this is actually like getting ridiculous at this point.
why they are up 13 runs in the 9th inning. What is the need to get these outs here? Or I guess now they've already gotten 2. I mean, Michigan, someone just ran from the dugout or from the clubhouse with more towels into the dugout. They do realize that if you leave the towel behind the mound, it's going to get wet. It kind of loses its purpose. The fans are sticking around.
They are troopers.
Yeah, really.
1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. O'Halloran on the rubber. Zach DeZenzo in the box. O'Halloran's offering is in the opposite batter's box, and that's a ball. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. It's Michigan faithful in the stands, cheering on O'Halloran, wanting to get this third out here. O'Halloran, another ball in the opposite batter's box. 3 balls, no strikes, 2 outs.
The sun has come out. It is now a sun shower.
O'Halloran using that towel behind the mound, taking his time.
Using the wet towel.
DeZenzo ready in the batter's box, waiting on O'Halloran. O'Halloran toes the rubber. He comes set. And he fires towards the plate, and that almost hit DeZenzo, and it went in that batter's box. Now the bases are loaded. And does not appear like they're going to call it. The umpire is going to one of the dugouts
For more baseballs.
for more baseballs. I don't understand this.
Mm-mm.
But it's just a challenge for O'Halloran to get this last out. And the rain is still coming down, but not as hard as it was a minute ago.
It has lightened. Let's see if that helps O'Halloran and his grip on the baseball.
And these new baseballs perhaps could help out as well.
And the towel.
O'Halloran pitches. Swinging is Kern, and Kern fouls it off. Kern, another starter, still in the game. Cade Kern.
Troopers.
Kern fouled it off, so he's behind in the count. 0 balls and 1 strike. O'Halloran pitches, and that's a ball that's low. 1-1 the count. Again, Michigan leading 16-3, out hitting Ohio State 17-6. Each side with 1 error apiece.
They are 1 out away from taking this rubber match.
And again, this rubber match is pretty important as it is the deciding tiebreaker in the standings if both teams end up with the same record. And that's in the batter's box in which Kern is, but he sticks his leg out of the way so he does not get hit. 2 balls, 1 strike. Again, 2 outs. And I say this tiebreaker is pretty important because these teams have nearly identical records. They came into the game yesterday, both sporting a 13-7 record. Michigan got the win yesterday and Ohio State the loss. So Michigan is a game up on Ohio State right now. After this one, they will be 2 games up. But still, anything can happen. 2 games is not a lot in the grand scheme of things. Kern looks at ball 3. Now that pitch was in the opposite batter's box. So switching off is O'Halloran. You never know what he's going to do.
O'Halloran has lost the strike zone.
3-1 the count, 2 outs. If he just gives Kern something to hit and defense can do something, most of what we've seen this inning is walks. Recently, anyway. Rain has subsided and the pitch comes, and that's a swing on what would be ball 4, but we will take that. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Kern should swing at literally anything that O'Halloran pitches here.
I concur.
And this Michigan faithful in the stands can sense that they're 1 strike away from this 4-hour game being over. O'Halloran in the windup, and he coming home, and that's ball 4.
Anticlimactic.
The guy, Clegg, coming on third, scored, but he did not step on home. He stepped in front of home plate and then jumped over it unintentionally. But I don't think anyone caught that. Okay, so Ohio State making this one a little closer. 16-4 now. Bases remain juiced with Connor Pohl at the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. And foul ball on the left side. Dribbler almost fair, about a foot foul. That one was slow. Connor Pohl and O'Halloran, both lefties. Pohl is 0 for 4 on the day, hitting .215. O'Halloran just needs to get one out. 2 more strikes away. Here's the delivery, and that one's way outside. Goes behind the catcher, and that's a wild pitch, and a runner scores for Ohio State. That is Oakley coming in from third base to score. It is now 16-5. One ball, one strike the count. Runners on second and third now with Connor Pohl at the plate. Connor O'Halloran versus Connor Pohl. Which Connor will win? We shall see. 1-1 count. O'Halloran delivers. And that one's looped into left field and
Down.
fair for Pohl. Connor Pohl wins the matchup of the Connors and gets a double, sliding into second safely. 2-run score for Ohio State. It is now a 9-run lead for Michigan, 16-7.
And this game refuses to end.
He just slapped that one into left field and into no man's land pretty much. Colton Bauer stepping up to the plate. But he's got to wait since Pohl is giving his batting gloves to the first base coach and getting situated on second base. Connor O'Halloran not faring too well today. In 2/3 of an inning, he has allowed 4 runs, 3 walks, and only 1 hit allowed, that last one by Connor Pohl. And the first pitch here to Colton Bauer is a ball. So Colton Bauer is ahead in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Again, Michigan leads 16-7. O'Halloran delivers a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. There are 2 outs.
2 more of those will do it.
O'Halloran looking for his sign. Gets it. Comes set. Goes towards the plate. And that's a ball. High and outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bauer is 1 for 3 on the day with a triple he had in the 6th inning. He also has a walk and a flyout and a groundout. 2-1 the count. O'Halloran delivers. Oh, that's a
There
ground
it
ball to the
is.
shortstop.
There it is.
Clean play, and that is the game. Thank you, Connor O'Halloran. Michigan wins this one 16-7 in a 4-hour and 3-minute affair. One of the longest games I have ever been to. And this Michigan offense was really the difference maker. The weather helped Michigan and hurt Michigan, I guess, in that last inning, but it aided Michigan early on in the game, and then in that 8th inning when Michigan was stringing together hits and walks and doing whatever they wanted at the plate, it was just an offensive performance that will not be forgotten by Michigan.
Yeah, an offensive onslaught, 16 runs on 17 hits. A solid outing as well on the bump for Jacob Denner. He gets the victory and plenty of run support. 4 hours and 1 minute of game time, and Michigan comes away victorious.
Seems like so long ago that Jacob Denner was on the mound that I forgot to even highlight him. He had a great game. 102 pitches across 5 2/3 innings, only allowing 2 runs. It was a great appearance by Jacob Denner, and then the bullpen also got his back, and of course the offense helped him out. that'll do it for us here in Ann Arbor, where it has cleared up a little bit. So if you have been with us for the entire 4 hours of this game, we
Thank
appreciate you. And we hope that you enjoyed listening to our coverage of your Michigan Wolverines. With that being it, thank you, and go blue.